All right, hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell. Rep your city and your state. I'm representing Chicago, Illinois early this morning. Been up writing, trying to get this book knocked out. Good to see you, Hawkeye. Representing Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Will of the Most High representing Atlanta, Georgia. Yes, indeed. Rep your city, rep your city. Space Time in the building representing Greensboro, North Carolina. Is in the building. Alexis is in the building, up early, getting the children ready in a minute for school. She's representing Indianapolis, Indiana, Naptown. Dexter is here. He's representing Greenville, South Carolina. Salute to all y'all. You know what I'm saying? Out there in beautiful Carolina. I'm really looking forward to this book tour. Crossing the United States, visiting you all. So that's going to be great. So I'm really looking forward to this book project being completed. I will be giving you updates on what's going on with it. I will be giving you insight on the process from the business side. I'll be showing you the whole process because I'm doing it all myself. I'm not going to go for any publishers, or I'm not going to be in anybody's pocket. I'm going to do everything from the rooter to the tutor. I am going to have people that I pay to do jobs, like printing the books and manufacturing the books and things like that. But it's going to be off the chain. It's going to be fire. It's going to be a lot of initiatives go along with it. And it's going to be the first of a few books that I'll be dropping. So I will be wearing my author hat as an author and my rap hat as a rapper. So I don't know how I'm going to work that out. Also, I want to say shout out to Block on the Tracks. Block announced today he's no longer going to be making any beats. Dang, Block. So Block's not making no more tracks. I think I got 3 tracks from Block. And I think I need to grab a couple more because he says once he sells out the tracks he got left, he's done. So I need to holler at him and get some more tracks. Dang, man. A good brother. Block on the track. Good brother. I said, dang, Block, you leaving? How much split you want when I go do the publishing? He said, you can keep it all, fam. I said, dang. Dang, bro. I ain't going to put him on the split, but I'm going to send him some money when the money come in, regardless. I ain't going to do that. When the money come in, I'm going to hit his phone. I'll be like, hey, what's your cash app? I ain't gonna do that. Just because he told me to keep the money don't mean I'm going to keep it. Because I am going to cash out. Oh, boy. You know what I'm saying? I hope y'all ready for a ride. I told my daughter, I said, I'm getting ready to go in the studio and drop. It's like, Dad, you're almost 70. You're 67. She's like, I just cannot believe you. Okay. Okay, Alexis, you know I got you. If somebody step on your toes, you know it's only what? What is it, 6 hours in that town? So they better behave and leave my little baby sister alone for you, You already know. Oh yeah, happy B-Day to Hawkeye turning 45. Congratulations, my brother. May you have many, many more Earth Strongs. That's a beautiful thing. Stay positive, bro. You definitely a benefit to humanity. So you stay positive, bro, and keep on pushing and keep on eating right and exercising and staying alive. You know what I'm saying? We got to work to stay alive. You know what I'm saying? I got a crazy conversation this morning we're going to get into. Uh, you know how I do. When you watch me, my conversations are, a lot of them is just stuff I've been talking about with people on the phone I've been thinking about. So it's not your typical conversations over here. If you're wondering, I cleaned out my whole YouTube, a lot of the old stuff. I got rid of it. I'm doing all new material. I left some of the stuff there. But a lot of stuff was outdated. So I'm dropping all new material. I did delete one of my videos, had 1 million views. I don't know if I should have left it, but I'm not really into numbers like that. They really don't matter to me. But yeah, I like social media. I like YouTube. I like the possibilities. Social media has lots of possibilities. If we would just use it correctly. But this is a very interesting conversation, Alexis. I'm talking about raising children. And the conversation is about you can only do so much with your children, okay? This is for all the parents out there, all the young parents, all of the older parents that raise your children, all the ones that raised your children and they all did exceptionally well. Some of you that raised your children and a couple of them did exceptionally well and the other ones are doing all right. Some of you that raised your children where they're just messing up. Some of you raised your children where half of them doing well and half of them messing up. One of them doing well and one of them is in jail. We're going to talk about that. Okay? We're going to talk about that. I'm going to get that straight with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to get that straight with you because I was just talking to somebody about that and they don't understand. Listen, I'm going to beat this drum this morning. You can only raise what you got. You have a limited, okay? You have limited uh, power into your children's life when they become adults, okay? Some people don't want to hear that, but this is a fact. So if you raise a child and your child grows up and your child listens to you and your child goes on to just be very productive and great, that has something to do with you, but it has everything to do with that person. That's how that person is. And sometimes we want to take the credit for our children for what they do in life. And we can take some credit for keeping them safe while they're under our protection to the best we can by always telling them the positive things you want them to do, for trying your best not to bring negativity into their life by you being a mess, an alcoholic, or abusing substances and making it harder for them. But overall, you can only raise what you got. And I was talking to somebody on the phone last night, and they did not seem to understand what I was saying. And they were saying, as a parent, you could do all these wondrous things. And I kept telling them you can't. Now, this person is not a parent, which was a parent. And then even people that are a parent, if you got 2 children and they all went off and became something great, that would mislead you. If you're a parent and you got 2 children and they both went to jail or got in trouble, that's also misleading. And it will cause you to think about your parenting. But your parenting does have limits. And we're going to talk about that. It definitely has limits. Because these are people that you give birth to. These are people. I know they're your children, but they're little bitty people. And they're going to grow to be big people. And they have a way about them. And so you can only do so much as a parent. So I would talk about that because my friend didn't seem to understand what I was saying and was saying, my children, they're going to do what I tell them to do and all of that. I'm like, no, they're not. They're only going to do what you tell them to do if they agree. But if they disagree, they're not going to do it. And I came into this mentality. I had to think and use my philosophical mind to be able to think of this in a clear manner. So many times when you're talking about parenting, you use the negative things, but you can also use the positive things to prove what I'm saying. So we're going to get into that. Good to see you, Baby Lane. Everybody come on in. It's early this morning. I got a few conversations I got to get off my chest today. We're going to get it going. We're going to get it cracking today. So if you're a parent, you do the best you can. Provide food and shelter for your children. Make sure that you're very strong with your ideology when your children are little. Okay? When they're little, that's when you be strong on your ideologies and what you want them to do. You say, I don't sleep. Actually, I do sleep, Kenny, but I work for myself, so I sleep. So I slept today. I slept from about maybe 6 to 10. See what I'm saying? I mean, yesterday. So yeah, I did sleep, but I don't sleep the typical hours everybody else sleeps. So I woke up, it was late. And so I'm not sleepy now because I had slept. My sleep is a little off, Kenny, because I slept the night before tonight, and then I got up, and then I've been exercising a lot. So I've been exercising a lot, and then when I exercise a lot and I eat, after an hour or two after I eat, I have to go take a little nap or whatever because the exercise at my age at 67, the exercises, make me have to catch up on whatever sleep I missed. So if I missed any sleep, and I have a strong exercise in the morning, it's a wrap. Now, I don't know about you all, but if you want me to go to sleep, it's two things that I'm done: a shower and eat. I don't know what it is, but if I get a nice shower and I eat a nice heavy meal, it's a wrap. I don't know what that's about. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think if it used to be. I don't think it was like that when I was younger, but at my age now, hey man, a hot shower, soaked all up and get all clean and eat a heavy meal. Man, I don't know. With exercising too, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. That's why when I got a lot of work to do, I can't take no shower, no bath. I gotta wait till I get finished. Seriously. I could wash up, but if I got a lot of work to do, I can't take no shower, no bath. I have to get the work done first and then do that. I don't know. Some people can. I can't. I can't take a shower and then go work out. I take a shower and be like, it's kind of like you ever brush your teeth and then you come out, your teeth nice and brushed, and you got some chips, and you look at them and say, I want some chips, but I just brushed my teeth. I'm not going to mess my fresh breath teeth up. Right? So you just brush your teeth, so you pass on stuff you don't want to eat. You just brush your teeth. It's kind of like that. Like I just washed up. I don't want to get dirty. I don't want to get dirty. I just washed up. I don't want to get dirty this quick. I'm going to get dirty eventually, but right away. So I'd rather get up, go to the gym, and then take a shower. I don't want to take no shower and go to the gym. But maybe that's just me. So yeah, we're going to get into it. Well, we got 53 people. It's early. Let's get them likes up, share, subscribe, support the channel. You know what I'm saying? Make a donation to the channel, hit the like button, all those good things right there. Right? Oh, good. Reverend Tim say the same way. Good. Because I'm just wondering. And so I'm going to talk about this. Let's let the people go. We got another 7 minutes. Let's wait 30 minutes. We get to the conversation. Shout out to my man, JT, the bigger figure. He came to Chicago. I didn't get to see JT at all. And I ain't really happy about that. I think he's leaving today. I never got a chance to see him. I've been all discombobulated. I just got back from Arizona like last week. Then this week I have a bunch of stuff going on. I had a bunch of people wanted to take me to do birthday stuff and all that. So I never could slide in enough time to go see JT, which I really wanted to go holler at him. I didn't get to go see Fred Williamson either. And that was on my birthday. And Fred Williamson was here. And my boy hit me up. And he said, Pharaoh, come on out here. It's Fred Williamson out here. And I was like, I didn't get to see Fred, who's got like two of my favorite movies, Black Caesar and Hell Up in Harlem. I was going to take my DVDs and my VHSs and have him sign them. But it's cool. We live in Chicago. We're going to set up an interview. I'm going to get him over here. I'm going to get Fred Williamson over here. And that's going to be crazy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm going to get Fred Williamson over here. And that's going to be cool. It's going to be a good year. I mean, it's going to be a really powerful year over here. Make sure you hit the button, share, subscribe, get everybody to watch over here. It's going to be a lot of information over here with me writing this book. With me, 67, starting a rap career. I'm going to be giving you all the ins and outs. And that's if you're in the music business. I'm going to give you crazy game on the music business. Right? Also, ladies, I'm going to be soliciting ladies. So, ladies, I might be soliciting you. I might be wanting to fly you in for video shoots because I'm looking for a certain type of women for video shoots. Right? So, ladies, I'm going to be getting a list of ladies. So I'm going to have a whole phone Little small phone book full of you ladies' numbers and information to contact you for videos. So Byron said this generation will have serious challenges to overcome. I think Byron, I think this generation could have some serious challenges, but I also think that this generation could have certain advantages, all depending. Um, I think the biggest problem is the cashless society and digital. I think digital and cashless and crypto and all, I think all of that stuff is going to be for the detriment of mankind because you can't have robots and jobs. You can't have ATMs and jobs. You can't have self checkout and jobs. So I don't know what we're doing. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. The beautiful Tisha is here. Hey, Tisha, cutie pie. Yeah, Tisha's here. Tisha, when they see ladies like you and all you other ladies on Instagram, I be feeling thirsty, and I be saying, I'm good. Boy, if I was 20, 30, 40 on social media, I'd be so obnoxious. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'd be sweating the hell out, y'all. I told you, I'd be disgusted. Am I the only one be getting infatuated with these ladies when you keep seeing them on their social media? You start liking them? Am I the only one? Am I the only one be like falling in love with these ladies? Like not real love, but kind of like internet love with these ladies when I keep seeing them? That's crazy. I like about many ladies on the internet. I keep seeing them on the internet. I'm like, dang, she look good. Dang, she look good. Damn, she look gooder. Dang, she look gooder. She look real gooder. She look better. Man, I be tripping. I just don't say nothing. I just keep it to myself. You know what I'm saying? I don't say nothing. Brothers, listen, don't be in their DMs if you don't want everybody to know what you said. Don't DM no woman unless you want everybody to know what you said. Because if you DM the wrong one, she get mad. She gonna post it. Boom, you're gonna be on World Star. You're gonna be on You're gonna be on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. You're gonna be. They're gonna be like. They're gonna show it. You know what I'm saying? So look, let's get started with this conversation. So the title, as you see, is "You Can Only Raise What You Got." This came from me talking to somebody on the phone, and we were talking about politics, and they were saying, because they're my age, and they were saying that, we teach our children politics, and when our children grow up, you know what I'm saying, they should know politics and stuff like that. But she from the South, and I'm from Chicago, and I was saying, no, we don't really teach our children politics when they're growing up in the house, because in a big city like Chicago and in these modern times, there's a bit different mentality. I'm just telling you how this conversation started. So, like when I was coming up, I was born in 1958. My parents born in the 30s. So when I was coming up, high school was like, that was it. That was the end of the road. You graduated high school, you could get a job anywhere because they used to do on the job training. And the only reason you had to go to college if you wanted to be something like a doctor or a lawyer, something like that. But just for every other job, you only needed a high school diploma. So when our parents was raising us, there was the mentality that 18, you're grown. You know, you can move out, you're going to be able to get a job, your own place like that. But by the time I graduated in 76, by the time we get to like 1978, 79, as we going into the 80s, that changed. So you was no longer considered grown at 18 anymore because your childhood got extended because they began to push college. And so it wasn't like you just go to school to 18 and you out of school. Now you're going to school till 22 before you're out of school, 22, 23. So I was trying to tell this person, so for me coming up raising my children, I wasn't teaching them about a grown adult life because we're looking at our children that when they graduate out of high school, they still got to go to school. So they still school kids. They have an extended childhood. So, you know, they were trying to say, you know, you got to teach your children about politics and voting and all that. I said, yeah, probably back when I was little. But for me as a parent, I was never thinking of teaching my children nothing about politics and all that because I never looked at them as going out into the world. You don't think they're going out into the world. You think they're going from high school to college. So that led to the conversation where they all don't go to college. And I kept trying to tell them, right, they end up not going. But as a parent, you don't know that part of the road till you get there. So you don't know what your child going to start doing at 16, 17, 18 until they get to that age. So you're raising them based on kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, seventh grade, eighth grade, ninth grade, 10th grade, even maybe 11th grade. When you start going from 11th to 12th grade, it goes from your plans to the child's plans. And so, yeah, you want your daughter to graduate high school and go to college, but she graduated high school, fell in love with Brian. Her and Brian got an apartment. She got pregnant. She got a baby, and she with Brian. And so this person was saying, well, you tell them to do it, and I'm going to tell them what to do. I was like, they're not going to do what you tell them to do. So parents, listen to me. They're not going to do what you tell them to do. Now, Kenny say these children are out on the streets with no parents. It's worse than the crack. Only some, Kenny. That's overhyped. So if you come to Chicago and you see young people out on the streets, that's a small portion. It just looks like a lot because you can't see all the ones that's not out there. So it's a false illusion. It's like, let's say it's 5,000 children in the area and you don't know it. And you go out in the streets and you see 1,000 of them out there wilding. And you say, these children wilding. But there's 4,000 you can't see. That's in the house, that's at college, that's at school. So when you look at these children, if you come to Chicago and you look at the children and you see the little wild children out there, to get a clear look, then the next day, drive to one of the community colleges, drive to one of the state colleges and see those children. And then you'll have balance. You'll be like, okay, it's a whole bunch of children at these colleges. It's a whole bunch of young people at these universities. It's a lot of them. So you won't get no demented vision that these represent the children. No, they don't. They just represent those ones that's doing that. And so when we start uh, stereotyping the whole generation, that's false. Okay? That's false. Let me show you something. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about. You rocking with the realists, okay? Let me show you. Because the media and everybody, they be over whooping y'all. They see a situation and they misstate it. They misstate the situation. So, like when it comes to knowledge with stuff like that, you always got to be cool headed and you got to think it through, or you end up generalizing. I'm going to give you a perfect example. Here in Chicago, we be having a situation where the teens be coming out tripping, right? Check this out. Check this out, Kenny. In Chicago, we be having a thing where the teens be coming out, right? And they be downtown. And there'd be a whole lot of them, right? I'm going to show you a picture. It'd be a whole lot of them, and they all be downtown, right? And they be like this. And then some of them be breaking windows and jumping up on stuff and acting crazy. And then what they do is they generalize the whole crowd. But all these young people, they not on that. The amount that's really out there acting crazy, out of 100% of the young people downtown Chicago, it only be 15% acting a fool. The other 40, 85% is just down there watching it, but they're not participating in what that 15% is doing. So the news media take this picture, like you see these two young girls with the hair walk across the street, the things on their head, they not on nothing. See the girls walking the other way on the far right, they ain't on nothing. See the girl with the big bag right there, most of them is just down there. They just outside trying to just being young. It's only like 15% that's acting a fool. The majority of these children got good parents at home. It's not their fault they went downtown and some other kids start acting a fool and they happen to be there in a big group when a few of them start acting a fool. Think about yourself. How many times have you went to a concert or something, you and your wife and all y'all there, and some people start acting a fool? How would you like it if somebody took a picture and said, all y'all was acting a fool? No, we not. That's dude and them came in here with that. The rest of us was here to see the concert. You feel me? So they be generalizing. But all them children don't be like that. It'd be a few. It'd be a few. If I go down there at my age right now and I walk around with them children, most of them, ain't none of them children gonna say nothing to me, but it's a few dudes that gonna play with me. All them young brothers down there are not gonna play me. It's a few people that if I got down there in that crowd, it's only a few of them that would play with me. That's a fact. That's it. It would only be a few of them. All of them ain't gonna play with me and disrespect me and nothing like that. Just a few of them. It's always the clowns. It's always the ones, the main ones, making it bad for everybody else. And many times, if you listen and you see these young people having something, you see a disturbance. What do they be saying? Dang, man, we can't never have no fun. Dang, man, we can't never have a good time. They ain't happy about it. They feel like every time we go somewhere, it's always some people come and mess it up. And the people that come mess it up be a few. And they ruin it for the rest. And then the whole crowd gets blamed for these few people. And it's always been like that. It's always been like that. Even in my generation, growing up in the 60s and 70s, always 2 or 3 dudes want to come and mess up everything. That's why we had to stop having, we used to have house parties. Look, you see, I got all the records. So when I'm in like 6th, 7th, 8th grade, sometimes we would go in my basement. My mother would make refreshments and stuff. And me and the kids, we'd be down there and we put some red lights up and I'd play records and we'd been down there slow dancing with the girls, right? So I had like 3 parties in my basement. We slow dancing. On the 4th party, some girls that just had moved in that area that didn't live on our block with us came to the party because we knew them. They wanted to fight one of the girls on the block. My mother made me stop having the parties. Why? Because we was acting a fool. No, 2 girls came to the 4th party and they messed it up for everybody. 2 girls messed up all our fun. My mother said, no, we can't have them. You can't do that no more. I don't want these people in my house no more. Because of 2. It's like 20 of us, 22 of us, and 2 people messed it up for the whole 20. These is facts. So no, our young people is not out of line. Our young people is at colleges, universities, trade schools, trying to start their own business, and things like that. So the person I was talking to, they was like, they're going to do what you tell them to do, right? And it was like, well, your children. I'm like, my children, what are you talking about? My son, I wanted my youngest son to go to college. But he going to do what he going to do. He got out of school. He was good at track. He went to college. The track coach got into a fight with somebody. So everybody lost their scholarships. He stayed at my father's house instead of with us because he was closer for him to get to college. And he could be there with his grandpa to help him out. And he's working at Walgreens while he's waiting for school to start back. He meets a girl at Walgreens. They become girlfriend and boyfriend. Bam, he had PJ. He had my grandson. Okay? And so he going to do what he going to do. I cannot make him not meet a girl, not have a baby at that young age, do what I know. So all that, he went a whole nother route. He picked a whole nother route to go on. I don't got nothing to do with that. He's his own person. He's not me. He's not like me. You think about it. I got a mother and a father. I'm not like my mother or my father. I'm a mix. I'm a mixture. So I'm not 100% like him, and I'm not 100% like her. I'm something else they made up. Then they had my sister. My sister think one way, I think a different way. So when people talk about raising children and being the influence of the children and saying you got to be a good parent to get your children to act the way you want to act, I always use me as an example. Because we have a tendency to use bad things that you turned out to say why you didn't follow your children. So let me ask you this. My parents never smoked ganja. My parents didn't have no dreadlocks. My parents did not change their slave name. Where did I get it from? I had good parents. Who taught me to grow dreadlocks? Not them. Who taught me to change my slave name? Not them. Which proves I got to a certain age and I was doing me. So I tried to tell my friend, listen. And they kept saying, they gonna behave in your house. And I said, I'm not talking about in your house. When I grew up, I behaved in my parents' house. I didn't change no rules inside of their house. But when I went outside, I wasn't listening to my mama and my daddy at all. I had excellent parents, but I'm me. They can only do so much. And once I went outside, it was the hell with what they was talking about. I wasn't trying to hear nothing they was talking about. I pretended because they were strong parents. So I had to pretend I'm listening. I had strong parents, so I couldn't tell them, "I'll forget y'all." I couldn't say that. I had to say, yes, okay, okay. But I was lying. It ain't okay. I'm not finna do nothing you're talking about. Why? Because I'm me. They can only raise me so much. And then I'm going to do me. And the only way I'm going to do everything the way they want it is I already got to be like that. I already got to be that type of person. So then when they say, look, he did everything we told him. No, I was like that. So your children that you raised and you wanted them to go to school and be great and they went to do great, you did do a good job, but them babies was like that. Your son, that's how, look at him. Look at your successful children. They like that. They was born like that. And if you got a lot of children, you know what I'm talking about. They be born. Listen, them children be born. You ever had a super smart children that want to be the great? They be like that little. Am I lying? Am I lying? You ever had a child, all he want to do is read books? You cannot make him be like that. That's just how, you know what I'm saying? That's how dude is. Now, when he come out and be this big scientist and stuff, yeah, I kept him out of trouble. Yeah, I fed him. Yeah, I kept him alive. And yeah, I gave him some encouragement, but he like that. Junior's always been like that. I don't know where he get it from. He ain't get it from me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't never had no child, no exceptional child that didn't get none of that from you. Think about it, and we're going to finish the discussion. Think about it. Y'all ain't never had no exceptional child. So I just wanted to come and, try to help the parents out. Definitely. They're born with their own personalities. You know what I'm saying? She said, my daughter, my husband and I all the time question, where She coming, where's she coming from? Exactly. And so whether your children do right or whether sometimes they go off, because let's say like me, I never been to prison. So nobody could say, oh, Bessie and Randolph had that boy went to prison. But I just didn't go to prison because I just didn't get caught. There's a lot of times, a lot of things I did, I could have went to prison because we got a petty prison system. And they'll lock you up for stuff that you really shouldn't be in prison for. So there's a lot of things you can go to prison for that to me is not nothing where you should go to prison for. So he said, true, I was born to be the sheep, but my cousins were all about education and square life. I mean, people just be like that sometimes. Like me and my sister, we 1 year apart. And my sister, she was a girl and she was different. And I was a boy and I was, you know what I'm saying? More adventurous, more creative. You wasn't necessarily a black sheep, Kenny. You wasn't a black sheep. You was a black man in a system that didn't provide a way for you to exercise your true self. And that caused you to appear to be a black sheep. But you wasn't a black sheep. You was a black man in a messed up society. That adds some problems. But I just wanted to come and help some of the parents to let you know your responsibility as a parent. Your responsibility as a parent is food, clothing, and shelter over your children's head. To be a good role model for your children. To make sure your children can go to school every day and to make sure they do what you tell them when they're young. The key word is when they're young. Okay? When they're not old enough to go against the grain. Because once they get a sophomore and go into junior year, they can go against the grain, regardless. That's why I tell parents, with your daughters, you got to stand on their neck, because if she fall in love with a boy, it's over. She'll run away to be with him. Your parenting is over. So with a girl, the hard job is keeping her away from boys while she's in high school. From 6th grade to high school, you have to keep her away from boys. And you have to force that in 6th, 7th, 8th grade, freshman, sophomore, because you can force it then. But if you're lenient, by the time she get a sophomore or junior, oh, you lost that baby. That baby gone. So you have to turn them around as much as you can when they're young. Because no matter what you do, once they hit that junior year, senior year, they on their own. They on their own. I'm telling you. So that's why you have to work so hard. Like Street Media been working so hard to keep his son in line while he was young. So now he got a chance. Because if he would have let him just go wild then, he wouldn't have a chance at all. With your second daughter, yeah, they fall in love with a boy. It's over. It's over. You can't tell them nothing. So I fought hard for my daughter, my youngest daughter. But see, my youngest daughter went to medical school, right? But she was always different. She wasn't like my son. She wasn't like my other daughters. My 2 youngest daughters, one of them is a kind of social brainiac, and the other one is a kind of reserved brainiac. They just was like that. I didn't really make them like that. I just helped them be able to stay like that. I cannot beat on my chest because one is in tech, one is in medical school. They was just like that. They was different. They was different as little kids. But I was able to keep all my children out of trouble because I didn't allow them to do certain things when they was really young. And that's where your parenting come in at. That's where your parenting. So if you got a little baby boy and you want to know, Pharaoh, when is it time to really start, watching my son? When he throw his bottle across the floor? When your son got that bottle and he can walk good now and he drinking that bottle and he just slinging it across the floor? Okay. Here we go. Here we go. You gotta watch Shorty. Right then, he letting you know. Now he on dummy. He trying to see how fast he can throw. He trying to be bad, but not a negative bad. He trying to be a baby bad. And so you have to work hard with them before they get to that free-minded stage. Because they're going to get to that more free-minded stage between junior and senior year. Seriously. But they pushing for that in the 6th grade. The girls stand on their neck, keep them away from boys, all right. But the boys in the 6th grade, you got to stand on their neck in the 6th grade. Your son, if he's a bookworm, cool. But you still got to watch him, because when I went to a Lutheran school, the bookworms were drug addicts. Seriously. The class presidents and all of them, they was dope fiends. They were so smart that they were smart to know how to get drugs, to how to make designer drugs and all of this. I'm telling you. So being smart is still a little bit dangerous because they are experts at hiding their sins. I'm telling you. My parents took me out of public school, sent me to a Lutheran school, and I went to Lutheran school with them brainiacs and them smart kids, and they was the ones had all the work. Seriously. The class president for the seniors, it all came out the bag when he was too messed up at his locker and leaning all in his locker, and they got him, find out he was out of his mind, and it all came out the bag. Dang, he the class president. He's one of the smartest kids in school. Yeah, and he owned that stuff. But he was able to what? To hide it. Think about it, designer drugs. Somebody got to be smart to make it, right? All right, there. Look at how many children going to school taking all them pills so they can study, so they can get good grades. You understand? So parenting is a serious job. Your main job is to protect their safety, not to control their personality, because you can't, but only so much. Your job is to give them the ability to keep them alive, to take care of them, to give them ability to go into the world and make their own decision. That's parenting. Parenting is to keep them alive, give them a good role model, raise them and keep them out of trouble as much as you can, so that they got to work hard to get in trouble. That's the difference. That's the difference. When you see a kid get in trouble, that's not bad parenting. That kid might have had to work. I had to work hard to get in trouble. I was slinging in high school. I was hiding it. Nobody knew what I was doing. I took my little lunch money and saved it and started getting into business. And now I got $200, $300, $400, $500 here, $400 here in my room. And when my daddy say, Michael, you need lunch money? I'd be like, yes, daddy. I don't tell him, no, I don't need no lunch money, daddy. I'm balling. I tell him that. I still played the nut roll. Yes, Daddy, I'm still a good little boy. You understand? As far as he know, I'm a good boy. So I was real good until I got out of his presence where he couldn't see me. And then he would see me. I got dice, I got cigarettes, it's up. They ain't know me. Listen, they didn't know me. Most of the time, my parents didn't find out about me until I brought them the note from school. And they read the note. He did what? You did what? Boy, what you lost your mind? Boy, what did you lost your mind? They had the note, the teacher give them the note from school, and they'd be like, boy, have you lost your mind? You ever did something crazy and your one parent can't wait to tell the other parent? Wait till I tell your mama, or wait till I tell your daddy. You what? Sometimes they get on the phone. Randolph, this boy up at that school that did this and this and this and that. Daddy be like, he done lost his mind. He ain't lost his mind because you're going to be your own kind of self and you're going to make your own decisions. And when you're a young person, you make decisions that you make sometimes good decisions, sometimes bad decisions. A lot of times, the reason your children get in trouble is because they are smart. I got in trouble because I was really good at math. And I was a natural entrepreneur. And that caused me to see I could buy this over here and sell it over there. It wasn't because I was bad. It's because I was super smart. Smart could get you in trouble. Smart could get you in trouble. So George said he wanted to be like his uncle. No, George was smart. And he was smart and he seen stuff in the street because he was real smart. But we be smart, but we don't be wise. So I was smart, but I wasn't wise yet. Wisdom come with time. But you could just be born smart and sharp. Because if George wasn't smart, he wouldn't have never made it off the street. So he could have been anything in life he'd have put his mind to. I guarantee you, street media TV was not in the streets for nothing but some money. Don't listen. Street media TV did not go. He went in the streets for the money. If it wasn't no money, he would not have been in the streets, which means he was a natural born entrepreneur. He was real smart. He was real good at math. He knew 2 + 2 = 4. You know what I'm saying? Take the money away and the business mentality, he wouldn't have never went in the street. They would have been cornballs to him. Facts. He wouldn't have never went out there. He seen money. And so what I'm trying to tell you parents is you can only raise what you got. When you have your children, you got to raise the children you got. I've got friends that had children. The son grew up effeminate. He in the 3rd grade, everybody go outside, the boys riding bikes, throwing baseballs, playing catch. He over there watching the girls jump rope, talking to the girls. The boy feminine. Ain't no need in hating on him. Ain't no need in tripping. He girly. He was born like that. And you have to love your son and raise him like that's what he on. That's what he on. Because you got to think every embryo starts out female and then it go and turn male. So imagine you got an embryo, you was a boy, you ended up a boy. So you started over here and you went over there. But what if you start over here and you went right here? You might go right there where you get the boy body, but you ain't far enough off not to get the girl personality. You understand? So that's how I start understanding that. You can't have every baby going to come out 100% be a girl, 100% be a boy. You're going to have babies born right here. You're going to have one that's going to stay over here as a girl, but she going to want to do boy stuff because she right on the line. She didn't cross all the way over to a boy, and she didn't get enough to not be a girl, but she got close enough to still have a girl body, but want to do boy stuff. And vice versa. The boy could be over here. He just turned to a boy barely, but his insides is a girl. I learned that as a young man with my oldest daughter, mother on the west side. And we ran into one of her friends, and he was talking, and he was very feminine. And when he got through talking to her for about 2 or 3 minutes, we walked off. She said, "He a girl trapped in a man's body." That blew my mind. I said, dang, that was heavy. She said, "Yeah, he a girl trapped in a boy's body." I said, dang. And I never forgot that. I said, that's deep. You know what I'm saying? I said, that's deep. I started thinking about that, and I remembered that since that was way back in the 80s. I was like 1980s, probably around 1980 when she said that. You know what I'm saying? It was deep. I had to think about it. I said, dang, that's deep. And when I started thinking about it, it all made sense. Because you got so many people, how they all going to turn out X or Y. Some of them going to be X, Y, Z, elemental P, and all that. So you can only raise what you got. So when you got your children, you got to love them and you got to raise what you got. You cannot be mad at your children because they ain't something different than what they are. Sometimes you have a child, this boy or this girl real good at math. Sometimes you have a child, they can't do no math. They struggle with math. And don't blame them. It's the society we live in. In the original world, all talent was considered the same. So if you had a son that wasn't good at math, but he was really athletic, that was considered just as good. If you had a daughter that wasn't good at math, right, but she was really good at music, that was considered the same thing. But now we live in a world, they don't give you no respect for being a great musician. They don't give you no respect for being athletic and physical. They just want you to just be book smart. But smart is smart. There's different types of smarts. So that's one thing I don't like about this society. They don't reward their children for being good at art. How is math greater than art? So you're telling me if I got a son and he only can get C's in math, but he can draw like Picasso, you trying to tell me he's still not great because he don't do math? So one reason we're not able to raise our children to get the greatness out of them because they only letting certain things be great and your children's talent don't get out. When I was in the county jail, there was brothers in there could draw. Hey, man, listen. You get them a pack of cookies, and they'll write a letter and draw everything on it, hearts and stuff on there to send to your wife. I mean, exceptionally talented, but they were not respected for their art. Art is not considered important in this world. Music is not considered important. The only thing they want to say is important is math and English and reading in this world. You don't get no respect for the other things you could do. Okay, dude, he didn't do good in math and stuff like that, but he could fix the whole car. How he's still not great? Dude is a mechanic. He's not a mathematician. The only math he gonna learn is math pertaining to cars, wrench sizes and nuts and bolt sizes. He gonna learn math in that aspect. It's just like I was good at math. I was always really good at math. But when I got in the streets, I still had to learn 28 grams and how many ounces is in a pound and all that. I had to learn that. How many ounces in a key. I didn't know that. I didn't know how many ounces in a kilogram, in a kilo. I was great at math, but that's a specific type of math. So it's like even when it comes to math, your son might not be good in this particular math, but there's a lot of different types of math. There's a math for liquids. There's a math for solids. It ain't the same math. There's pints and ounces and gallons. That's a different math. That's an entirely different math. You know, when we went to school, they never taught us none of that. They taught us adding, subtracting, multiplying, and all that, but they never taught us nothing about ounces and all that, and they never taught us nothing about pints and gallons and none of that. You know that? You know that? They never taught us all the math. They never taught us all the math. They only taught us the basic add, subtracting, multiplying, and division. That's it. Then you go to high school, they give you some algebra, geometry, and stuff, but they never taught us about liquids or none of that. Never. They never taught me how many pints in a gallon or none of that. Think about it. They never taught us how many quarts is in a gallon, how many pints is in a quart, how many cups, what's a cup, what's a half a cup. They never taught us liquid ounces and stuff like that. They taught us fractions. But they didn't really teach us math when it's applicable to different substances. They only taught us math just with basic numbers, but they never taught us math dealing with liquids. Never. And they never taught us weight. They never taught us anything about weight when I went to school. Think about it. Did y'all know it? Did they teach y'all weight? They don't teach weight in school. They don't teach weight. They don't teach weight. Which is a whole nother subject. Black people, we get our school, we'll teach all of that. We'll make sure we be thorough. But in our school, if you could play the heck out of a violin or a bass guitar or something, we're going to give you just as much respect as if you could do math. Exactly, Street Media TV. I feel like if you're real good at some type of art, I feel like that's just as important as math to me. I feel like math is important for certain things you want to do in the world. But entertainment is also important because the smart person that do math, that gets the good job and gets the good house and get married, what's the first thing he want to do? He want to go have some entertainment. So what good is entertainment? I mean, what good is all this smart stuff if you don't got entertainment? And why you don't respect the entertainment? And because Black people, because we don't have no respect for entertainment, we end up getting these good jobs and going to see entertainers that's richer than us. You making all this money, but you ain't making the money they making. They getting paid. But you was never taught the value of entertainment. But then when you go get a ticket for the concert, it's $81 a ticket. It's $81 a ticket. Smokey Robinson coming, it's $81 a ticket. Smokey's still getting paid. You know what I'm saying? and he getting money by himself. And I'm like, I love it when we grooving together. I wish we could get some of that money together. Money was made. I love it when we get money together. He's singing the wrong song. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So I want to help you parents out, because don't try to, don't be tripping over your child. Look at your child's personality too. Look at your child's personality. You have to look at their personality. You might got a son and you want your son to go to college. You want your son to do all these things, but your son is a daddy and he want to have babies and then figure it out. Basically, he trying to lay somebody down and get them pregnant. That's what he do. And if you look back, you would have known that's what he do. If you look back on his whole life, you could see the direction he going in. So now they got the relationships all messed up. He ended up on child support, and it turned him off of what he is naturally, from being a father. And then we turning off our children, our young boys and daughters from being fathers and mothers. And then when it's time to go and vote, we ain't got no numbers because we ain't got no people. So now it's whites and it's Hispanics and then us. So now the Hispanics got more babies and stuff, so they more powerful than us because we don't look at babies as positive. We want to not have babies and get an education. But if you ain't got no babies, your education ain't worth nothing. Because now you ain't got no vote, you ain't got no power. So what, would you want to have 3 real educated blacks against 10,000 other people? You're going to lose. You still got to have babies. You got these young black people talking about they don't want to have no children, they want to be successful. What you want to be successful for? You ain't got no babies. So you want to be successful with no babies? And who told you can't get education and have babies? Who told you that? Who told you can't have babies and education? Somebody told you that? Who told you that? Because I can have a woman that she get pregnant and she can go to school and do her work and I can watch the baby and then I could go work the night shift. That baby ain't stopping you from that baby ain't stopping you from doing nothing. That's all nonsense. Ain't no baby stop you from doing nothing. And ain't no babies too expensive to have no baby. Stop. You want to say it's too expensive to have babies and then go waste a whole bunch of money on sneakers and stuff that you could have fed your babies. You could have raised a family with all them sneakers and all that junk you buy. All that junk you buy, you could have raised some babies. Seriously. Y'all support the channel. Hit the notification bell. We'll finish this conversation. A lot of times I see parents and they have children and they got the wrong priorities. They got the wrong priorities. And One of your main priorities when you have children is there can be no strife between the children. Period. Period. There can be no strife between the children. If you have children and they don't get along, you're not a good parent. You're not. You are not a good parent if your children do not get along. If you got two sons and they always fight and they don't get along, you have failed. And you have failed with the oldest. Because if you would have got the oldest in line, then the young one would be in line. So the fact your oldest don't get along with the youngest, you fail. Period. There can be no tension in the family. Zero. And if you're the man of the house, get that straight early. Get that straight early. You have to let them know if it be any tension, it's going to be me against both of y'all. So how we going to do this? Seriously. Because you cannot send your family out in this world and they don't get along. Period. Point blank, period. Ain't none of that. So if you're a parent and your children are always up in there beefing, you ain't doing a good job. Because that's a no-no. That's 100% no-no. All that, I don't get along with my brother and all that, that's crazy. That means your parents didn't do a good job. If you don't get along with your older brother, your younger brother, your parents failed. Because there ain't no way you and your brother or you and your sister should be beefing. Ain't no way no two sisters should be beefing. Not no two sisters. That's a dysfunctional family. That's not. Get your parenting skills together. That's a no-no. That's a 100% no. Period. Good to see you, Charles. That's a no-no. So if you got little sons right now and they beefing, stop it now. While they in the 3rd or 4th grade, 4th or 5th grade, you better put your foot down. You better put your foot down and get them in there and get that straight. And if you're a single mother, you better get that straight. You better get that straight, and you better look at that situation and make sure you ain't showing no favoritism, the reason the other one is mad. Because sometimes, ladies, you have a baby by John, and you don't like John. Then you have a baby by Kenny, and you like Kenny, and you treat Kenny baby better than John baby. But they both your babies. But you want to show favoritism to the one. Margaret Sanger ain't nobody. Nobody care nothing about her. If you're doing what you're supposed to do in the house, Margaret Sanger ain't going to do nothing. The only reason Margaret Sanger or any type of government situation going to affect you and your family is because you ain't no good daddy and you ain't no good mama and y'all ain't no good parents. If you're some good parents, there's nothing that white supremacy or nothing can do to your family. Period. There's no excuses. There's no programs. There's nothing they can do at school that's supposed to be more stronger than you when you got them all day. You got the kids in the morning before they go to school. You got the kids when they get home from school. You got the kids all weekend. So why your knowledge ain't overpowering whatever's going on out there in the world? There's no excuses. There's no excuses. Black Americans especially, you have to get it together or leave it alone. But this knowledge is for all races. But black people, if you're watching, this is definitely for you. There is no excuses where you let the outside world come into what's going on inside your home with you and your woman and your children. Point blank, period. And when you're a man, you lay the law down, period. So if you break up with your woman and she got the son, it's the same law. He don't get no break just because he visited. Well, now you're going to be a puffy daddy. You're going to be a soft daddy because you only see him on the weekend. No, it's the same daddy. And you don't never pit his mama against him when he acting a fool over his mama house. You tell him you better sit down. Don't let your mama call me no more. But you don't give him no break because you and her broke up and you mad at her. So now he being mad, he being bad, and you ain't stand on his neck. I don't give a damn if I'm with your mama or not. Don't let your mama call me. Because if your mama called me, look, my two oldest sons, they lived with their mother out of state. She wasn't contacting me or nothing to talk to them or nothing. Out the blue, she called me. They ain't behaving. I'm going to send them to you. Now, she done did me dirty all these years with these boys, but she sent them to me. And when she sent them to me, did I go and start dissing their mama? No. So they didn't want to stay with me. They wanted to go back with their mama. Because my thing was, why y'all giving y'all mama a hard time? I didn't give them no break because I didn't get along with the mama. No. So they didn't want to stay. They went back to their mama because it was still hardball. But see, I could have been one of you soft dudes, and I would have been like, man, your mom ain't this and that. I'm glad to see y'all. I love y'all. You know what I'm saying? I didn't do none of that. My whole thing was, why y'all mama had to send y'all to me? Why y'all was giving y'all mama a hard time? So I was rough on them. I was rough. They was ready to go back. Now, the average person, because the mama didn't let you see them all them years and all that, you would have took advantage to let the boys be some losers so that you can down the mama. I wasn't with none of that. Why y'all giving y'all mama a hard time? Because the way I'm looking at it, what if it was a war and I was killed in the war and your mama had to raise you by yourself? This is how you would have been behaved? What if I went to prison? What if something else happened to me and I wasn't there to help your mama raise y'all? This how y'all gonna raise y'all mama? Y'all gonna mistreat y'all mama? So like I told them, I said, come here. I lied to mom. I said, listen, I don't get pregnant. I ain't have y'all. I don't get pregnant. So they was looking at me with big eyes. I don't get pregnant, little boys. I don't get pregnant. I'm daddy. And let me explain y'all something about raising these children. Ain't no connection to no daddy to no children. So let's get that part straight. So if you are one of these daddies connected to these babies, no, we're not connected to no baby. We connected to mama. And then you. It's you, it's the baby mama, then the babies. In that order. Period. The mama go directly to the baby. I don't go directly to the baby. I go directly to the mother, then to the baby. And everything I do to the baby is for the mother. It ain't for the baby. I'm helping mommy with the baby. I'm helping mommy make the baby behave. I'm helping mommy raise the baby. So listen to your mama. Because daddy is mean, okay? Daddy is not the one. You want to keep daddy happy. You don't want to make daddy mad by disrespecting my woman, little boy or little girl. I remember one time I was young, I probably was in the 4th grade or something, and I said something to my mama. I don't know, because I was little. I don't remember, but I just remember my daddy. That's all I remember. Because once my daddy talked to me, I forgot everything happened before my daddy talked to me. And my dad said, come here. And he said that certain come in, so I was already scared. He said, let me tell you something. He said, that's my wife. I'm like in the 4th grade. I'm tripping on this. And my daddy told me, he said, that's my wife. See, let me tell you something, little boy. It was me and your mama. Then we had you. And I'm thinking, wow. You know what I'm saying? My father really blessed me when he told me that. And I had to think, oh, yeah, that's his wife. So my daddy's attitude, like, that's my wife, and then it's your mama. This is my wife first. This is not your mama first. This is not your mom. This is your mama second. This is my wife. And then that's your mama. Don't you ever talk crazy to my wife, little boy. Because we can have another baby. And he was like, I brought you into this world. I will take you out. Just like that. And I understood. I understood exactly what he's saying because my daddy was teaching me knowledge. Because I'm a little boy and I'm thinking, oh, yeah, that's daddy's wife. Duh. I'm talking crazy to daddy's wife. I'm thinking this my mama. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking, no, this is daddy wife. This daddy wife. Lesson learned. You right, daddy. I never did that no more. Because my daddy gave me knowledge. He was trying to teach me something. I didn't know. So like when you the father, you the overseer of the situation. But mommy the one got to stand on their neck. Mama the one got to do all the work. Daddy just back up. Daddy not supposed to be doing all that work. Let me tell you something, brothers. When you meet a woman and she already got some children, and if they running over her and she ain't standing on their neck, don't date her. Find you a woman that discipline her children. Because you cannot come in like a stepfather and discipline them. They're not going to respect you. Mommy ain't disciplining them. Who you supposed to be? And then you ain't even their daddy. So when you get in a relationship, brothers, and when a woman already got some children, if she not standing on their neck and making them listen to her and making them be good children, you don't want to get in that because that's going to be hell. Because them children going to always disrespect you and mommy ain't going to do nothing about it. And the child ain't going to listen to you. And when that boy get grown or he start getting 16, 17, 18, it's going to be a big old mess. Leave her alone. That's not a good family. It's not a good family. Because if you get her pregnant, have a baby, you're going to be strict standing on yours, but then hers is going to have it easy. And that's going to be a mismatch family. That's not going to work with you trying to raise your child to be serious and to be respectful. And then you got 2 stepchildren that ain't respectful. If you stand on their neck and they get a little beside yourself, check them early. Sometimes they'll get older. The boy get older. He always been respecting you. Get older. He seen his daddy a couple times. He tell you, you ain't my daddy. Don't say nothing. Wait a couple days. Say, Pharaoh, can we go get some chicken from across the street? I'd be like, call your daddy. No, come here. The other day you said I wasn't your daddy. Call your daddy. Tell him to go get you some chicken. I don't know his number. All right. Apologize. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. No, you shouldn't have said that. Now, don't ever say that no more. Here, go get something to eat, boy, and shut up and come in here and shut up and sit down. You know what I'm saying? He'll never say that. He respect you. Call your daddy. Don't hate him. You got to teach him. Listen. You say I ain't your daddy. Now, if I still on you run right now, your daddy gonna come save you? Because you know if I get you, I get that belt, I'm gonna be your daddy. You gonna swear I'm your daddy if I get you? What's the difference? I can make you think I'm your daddy. You want me to go, where my belt? Bring that belt in here. You want me to make them start crying, especially when they 3 or 4, make them start tearing up. You ain't gonna hit them, but you scare the hell out of them. Go get my belt in there. He said I ain't his daddy. Let me show him I'm daddy. Boy, so go get my belt. You know what I'm saying? My mother used to say, go get my belt. And we bring my mother her belt. And then she would sit it down right here. Now go sit down. And it be sitting on her dresser. She ain't gonna hit us with it, but she used it. You know what I'm saying? Go get my belt, sit it right there. And boy, you be good once she go get it, because you thinking she gonna get you when she get it, but she never had to. My mother scared us with the belt more than she spanked us with it. She used it for a scare tactic. You know what I'm saying? And then she just be mad as we peep in the room to see when she calmed down. We can't wait till mommy get back to nice mommy, because we done got on mommy nerve. You feel me? We ain't got on mommy nerve, so they never used to have to really get us that much, because one spanking lasts like 4 years. That's why you want to spank them when they like in the 2nd grade, the 3rd grade. And if you spank them, don't hurt them, put a whip, but if you spank them in the 2nd grade, the 3rd grade, that lasts all the way to the 6th grade. That lasts, because they get too big for spankings. Spankings is for little kids, to keep them in line, so you ain't got to be doing all that when they get older. You keep them in line when they first start tripping, when they first start acting up. Keep them in line. Teach them some discipline, so they can be able to go somewhere and behave like they got some sense and don't ruin everything for everybody else. But overall, you can only raise what you got, and your children have their own personality. So you have to be looking at your children from when they're little babies and looking at their mannerisms and looking at the type of person they are. What type of natural personalities do they have? And then that's going to help you raise them. But you can't change your son a lot from what he is, or your daughter. They have a certain way about them. And the more independent they are, the less control you got. So some people got it backwards, because your son got up, he went and had babies, went out there alone. But the thing was, your son was a very independent young man. And to him, college and stuff was still to be dependent on you, and he want to grow up right now. That's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing that your children want to grow up early. Some of them, they want to grow up as soon as they get out of high school. They don't want to be no children. College is an extended childhood, and some young people don't like that. So that's why they leave the home, get out there, struggle, and then go back to college or go to trade school, because they got that strong mind state. They don't want to be kids. That's how I was. I didn't want to be no kid. I turned 18. Right away, they sent me to work. My parents got me a job at the book factory with my aunt. My daddy came home one day. I was taking my stuff off my wall. He said, what you doing? I said, Dad, I got an apartment. I wanted an apartment. I wanted to pay my own bills. I wanted my own car. I wanted my girlfriend. I wanted to be able to have sex with my girlfriend and cook our breakfast in the morning and be grown. I wanted to be grown. I didn't want to be no college student. I ain't want to be no student. I didn't want to be no student. I want to be grown. And if you would have watched me, you would have seen that from when I was a child. I wanted to be grown. I didn't want to be no student. I ain't want to live with them. I wanted to live on my own, pay my own bills, have my own car, have my own women, sleep with my women in the bed. I didn't want to sleep in the bed in my parents' house. I wanted to be just like mommy and daddy in the room in the bed. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to be like y'all. Mommy and daddy, I'm trying to be just like mommy and daddy. I'm trying to have some kids, some babies. I'm trying to have some babies. Right, wrong, indifferent. That was my personality. So when I started growing dreadlocks and go vegan and all that, if they would have watched me, they would have seen. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. You know, people say, well, you're going to be like your parents or you're going to be influenced by your parents. How? My parents didn't influence me to change my slave name. My parents didn't influence me to go vegan way back in 1978. I'm only 20 years old. They didn't influence me to do none of that. I was my own person. At the end of the day, in the beginning of the day, I was me. And once I got to the point close to adult, I did me. And there was nothing they would have been able to do. There's no parenting they could have changed that. That could have never changed. So y'all don't be blaming yourself for your children sometime. Them. You kept them alive. You fed them. You did the best you could do, and now they 18, 19, 20, and they're going to do them. And don't blame yourself because your son went out there and went to prison. That's not your fault. Whether you're a good parent or a bad parent, you can only be a bad parent while they little. When you get 17, 18, 19, you cannot blame your parents for anything. You can only blame your parents for what actually happened to you under their parental guidance as a child. Once you get 17, 18, you can no longer blame your parents for nothing. Period. All that they didn't know. You got a grown mind of your own now. Why are you trying to blame your mommy and daddy? Bro, I ain't had no daddy in the house, bro. Stop. Because even if you had a daddy in the house, once you got 18, 19, you're going to do you. So don't come tell me, well, you know, mine went to school and became great. They like that already. Yes, you kind of helped keep them alive and added to it. But if your children went and did that, they was already like that. And you just helped them be able to stay like that. That's why we got brothers that got out, went to pension, came out into multimillionaires. Why? Because they was like that. They was about money. They just made a couple mistakes. But whatever you are, it's still going to come out in the wash. Period. Your job as a parent is to keep a roof over their head, to feed them and make sure no physical harm come to them, and raise them till they get old enough to make their own decisions. That's your job. And you can suggest things for them to do, but they got to make that decision. You cannot make that decision. If your daughter gets 17 and 18 and she won't sleep with a boy and get pregnant, that ain't got nothing to do with you. That's how she is. You ever been with a woman and she got 3, 4 kids, 5 kids? And then her daughter get out of high school, and then next you know, her daughter got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you look, the grandmama got 5, 10. The mama got 5. The daughter got 5. That's what she is. It's got nothing to do with how you raised her. She had babies, and she likes babies. Some women like a lot of children. It don't bother them none. They like a house full of children. You the one looking at them. She got all these babies. It don't bother her none. You talk about a woman Got 5 babies. She got too many babies. So my father was the youngest of 13. Y'all grandparents was the youngest of 12, youngest of 8, youngest of 13, youngest of 15. Y'all talking about somebody got too many babies. They only got 5. They only got 5. There ain't no lot of babies. Not in Black history, it's not. That's not no lot of babies. My daddy was the youngest of 13 and 3 died. 3 had passed away. Or he would have been the youngest of 16. My daddy would have been the youngest of 15, of 16. Seriously. There they go right there. Everybody except 3 of them. I think 2 was in the military. 1 might have passed away. That's my daddy in the middle, at the top. He the baby. Here go the oldest right here at the bottom, on the bottom left with the white suit on, my Uncle Richard. Next to him, I think, is Madeline. Uncle Richard was my daddy's principal at one time, and the woman next to him was his teacher. I think her. I got to find out who's who. I got to ask my sister to point out who's who so I know which one is which. I don't know if it's the one next to my uncle or if it's the woman all the way on the right, which is the oldest female. But my granddaddy had 13 and 3 died at birth, or he would have had 16. And in those days, if they had the more children they had, the better they did. So my granddaddy's farm did real good because he had a lot of boys, right? He had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. He probably had 10 boys. See what I'm saying? So his farm did real good. The man next door only had 1 son. They were starving. My grandfather used to have to rent out some of my uncles to go help him. So children never been a bad thing. Children have always made us be able to do more. Hey, Tasha. Children have always made us be able to do more and accomplish more. I don't know why they got this mentality now that children is no good and children is a burden and you can't afford children. Children put money in your pocket. So I don't understand that. That's false. That's false. The best thing you can have when you get as an older woman is a bunch of children, grown children, that can help you. I don't know who's teaching us or who's telling us. But they got this new philosophy out there where young people don't want to have no babies. And I feel sorry for you when you get 45, 55, 60 years old, you ain't got no babies. It's just the end of the road. You ain't even passing on no lineage. How the hell is that positive? You ain't got no lineage? I guess so. You didn't want to reincarnate yourself? That's a whole nother video for another day. You say most of your brethren. You say most of your brethren don't know their grandparents? Well, I don't, you know what I'm saying? It depends on what group of people you hanging around, you know what I'm saying? But I guess for the younger generation, I don't know. I don't know where you live at, where you came from. Maybe for the younger generation, maybe they don't. I'm not sure how that happened. But knowing my grandparents and all that is not as important as you might think. The only thing that's important is my children. My children is more important than my mom and my daddy. Like, I'm more important than their daddy. You know, the shit rolls downhill. So the most important thing is my children, not really my parents. Because if I got parents and I ain't got no children, then I just cut off the road for my parents. My parents now is non-existent because I can't pass no lineage down. So the only thing gives my parents value is my children and my grandchildren. Without my children and my grandchildren, what are my parents? They're nothing. They're nothing if there's no lineage to tie back to them. So the past is irrelevant. If the past was that important, your eyes would be back here. Why is your eyes in the front and why your feet this way? Because it's forward ever, backwards never. And so this is why I always say you can't be a son and a daddy. I ain't been a son since the 80s. When I had my first daughter, I was no longer no son no more. I wasn't no son, I was a daddy. So once I have babies, I'm not my mama's and daddy's son no more. I'm a daddy. And my daddy is a granddaddy. He not my daddy no more. He's a granddaddy. He them kids' granddaddy. He not my daddy. I'm daddy. So you cannot be a daughter and a mother. When my mother had me and my sister, my grandmother used to come to the house and help teach her how to raise the children. And my grandmother did not treat my mother like her daughter. I'm giving y'all old school facts. When my grandmother came and lived with her daughter and me and my sister, my grandmother never treated my mother like her daughter. My grandmother always treated my mother like she was our mother. And her attitude was, y'all listen to y'all mama, not y'all listen to my daughter. My grandmama was making sure my mama could be a mama. She wasn't trying to keep my mama as no damn daughter. Facts. She was not my mother's mother. She was granny. Even my mother called her granny. My mother didn't call her mother. My mother said, y'all go in there and see what granny want. Facts. Hey, I'm giving y'all Black history. Once you were born a man and you have a child, your daddy is not your daddy no more. He is granddaddy. And you are daddy. So don't you ever be in front of your son calling your father daddy. Because ain't no kids going to listen to no kid. Period. And this is why some of y'all relationships go so bad, because you're a grown man and you still mommy's boy. And now you trying to choose between your mommy and your wife. Ladies, am I lying? With these men try to pit you between a mama. Mama's out of here once you have a woman. You understand? Mommy's out of here once you got a wife. Period. Ain't no mommy. No, ain't none of that. Once I got a woman and some kids, my mother is granny. She granny, and that's how we addressing her. Y'all go see y'all grandmama. Y'all go see y'all grandfather. Period. I'm daddy. I'm daddy. My daddy not daddy no more. I've been stopped listening to that nigga. I had somebody try to tell me earlier. That's why I had in there trying to tell me, your mother now. And I had to tell him, I wasn't listening to my mama. I stopped listening to my mama in the 6th grade. I just didn't let her know I wasn't listening to her. I pretended I was listening to her. But I didn't give a damn what she was talking about. None. The only thing I cared about is what she could force. So I made sure she couldn't force her hand because she could still get me. So I made sure she didn't know what I was doing, so she couldn't get me. She still had the power. She still had the power of a mother. So I was still respectful. I was still acting like her son when I came in the house. But once I went outside, what she talking about? So, come on. That's how your children gonna be. You only gonna be mom and daddy when they come in the house. And this gonna start in the 6th grade. And so you have to stand on them in the house. So to make sure that they don't get so lost that they bring that lost vibration in the house. So when I was in 6th grade, 7th grade, I'm out there drinking vodka, I'm out there in the streets. Because they kept that stability in the house, I knew not to bring that in the house. I knew not to get in no trouble with that and let them find out about what I'm doing out here in the house. And that prevented me from going too far. When the other little boys want to go do robberies and stuff, I'm like, no, because that's going to come back in the house. Y'all go ahead. So it was that power they had in the house protected me when I was in the streets. Because I'm only going to go so far because I can't let this come back in the house. So I'm not listening to them all the way, but I'm listening to them a little bit. I'm not finna do nothing for them to get involved because that's going to be a problem because I didn't let it come back in the house. So I got to sneak and do what I'm going to do. And I got to make sure if you're going to sneak and do what you got to do, the key to sneaking is to get away with it. But some of these young brothers, they so stupid, they don't sneak. They go do stuff and go to jail and get caught. Just crazy. You wasn't supposed to jump off the cliff. You wasn't supposed to crash out. Now you want mama to come and visit you in jail and send you letters in jail, put money on your book when you never listened to mommy and you went out here and got in trouble. You was just supposed to be a little bad. You wasn't supposed to go get so bad that it come back and affect the house. But I'm already starting not to listen to them because I'm finna be grown. So I got to 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. I got to get mommy and daddy out of my system. I'm trying to knock something back. I can't be thinking about mommy while I'm hitting my girlfriend. Mommy's out the question. Because I see some ladies at night that should be having my baby. I'm trying to have a baby. So mommy is out the question. I'm trying to come to mommy with the grandbaby. Yeah, mommy, I've been doing me. You know what I'm saying? And mommy always loved the grandbaby. Mommy ain't never said, boy, you shouldn't have been out there bringing me no grandbaby. Show me one mama that ain't happy when you have a baby. You could be 16 and have a baby, get a girl pregnant. Your mama be mad as hell until that baby born. And once you get that mommy that baby gift, and now she granny, her whole she melt. Now she start trying to work with you to try to tell you go make something out yourself to help the baby. She changed up her strategy for you. Say, all right, you done had the baby already. Okay, get yourself together so you can take care of this baby. I'll watch him when I can, but go get you get you a CDL or get you boy, go back to school so you can take care of this baby by the time the baby get 4, 5, 6 years old. Because she ain't mama no more. She grandmama. And so young men, stop trying to have a baby if you still mama's boy. You can't be no daddy and no son. Is you daddy or is you a son? Make your mind up. This is why we call them grandparents. Your daddy can't be grandpa and your daddy. He not your daddy no more. He your son's granddaddy. He grandfather. He not father. He got a promotion. And when you have children, you give your parents a promotion. They're no longer mommy and daddy. They grand. Grand is a great thing. They're grand. But you still just calling them mommy. Brothers, don't mess with no woman always talking about mommy, mommy, mommy. Don't have no babies by her. She a little girl. The first thing you do when you meet a woman and you start dating a woman and she take you to meet her parents, you check the parents in the door. Period. The parents have to know, mind y'all business. Then she can decide if she want to be with you or not. I'm just telling you. Every first meeting that I have with a woman with her parents, I'm very stern. Period. I'm glad to meet you and mind your business. You know what I'm saying? This is my woman now. This ain't your daughter no more. Okay? This ain't your daughter. She finna have my last name. Y'all last name is over with. She finna be an El-Aton. She not gonna be whatever y'all is. Okay? It's over for y'all. Now, the only way y'all can get anything out of this is out of this baby. You can be grandmama and grand, you know what I'm saying? But you cannot be mommy and daddy no more. Not to my wife. My wife ain't got no mommy and no daddy. You can get the fuck out of here with that. So if you're a woman and you always up under mommy, I'm not even messing with you because you're a little girl. I don't want no little girl. I'm looking for a queen. I'm not looking for no princess. A princess need to marry a prince. I'm on king style. I'm a pharaoh. I need a queen. I don't want no princess. So if you're a princess, you go find you a prince. Maybe if you kiss a frog, maybe he'll turn to a prince. Maybe, you know what I'm saying? But if you want to get it real, you know what I'm saying? Mommy and them is canceled. Really? Because we can't raise this baby and listen to them. They grandparents. And so the first thing you want to do, you want to have children. You don't want to be up under mommy and daddy. You want to drop the kids off to the grandparents. And that's the bond. So I had my father take my children to church and all that so they can learn the old school ways straight from grandpa. Y'all going to church with grandpa this weekend. So my father, that's his role in the family. My mother's role in the family is to deal with the grandchildren. Not my business. Ladies, if you with a man and he constantly talking about your relationship to his mommy, you didn't marry a king, you married a prince. But I'm not telling my mother nothing about my relationship with my woman. Are you kidding me? I'm not discussing that with my mom and my daddy. Mama, she be this with the kids. Mama, she be that with the kids. You got a man like that, dump him, ladies. He's a loser. He's a loser. He going to talk to his mommy about your relationship. He's a loser. She been powdering his booty too long. He got powder all over his booty. That ain't no king. I ain't telling my mama nothing. Well, I ain't discussing my relationship. I don't want her discussing our relationship with her mama either. Listen, black people, listen to me. Whatever happens in the house stays in the house. Especially you ladies. Y'all talk too damn much. Stop telling your sister and your mama and aunties what's going on in your house with your man and your children. You're violating. Now, if you want to tell your mama what's going on, go sleep with your mama. Yeah, go sleep with your mama. Let me go find me a queen. Because I don't want to marry, you know, Brothers, y'all listen to me. When you get in a relationship with a woman and you decide you want to marry her, you make sure you let her family know, I want to marry her. I don't want to marry y'all. Facts. So as you could tell, the women I'm with, you could tell their family didn't really care for me a lot, although I was very nice to them. They was always around. I always included them in what I'm doing. But when it came to our business, I was like, mind your business. You know what I'm saying? That's not why we around you for that. We around you for the children. Because mostly when you in a relationship with a woman and you got children, or you're in a relationship with a man, ladies, you got children, you're supposed to be going around the family, not for your sake, but for the sake of the children to be able to play with each other and know each other. You too old to be caca and kikiing with your sister and your brother. That's crazy. It's supposed to be for the children so the next generation know each other. Y'all already know each other. So what is y'all doing? What is y'all doing? Y'all already know each other. So black people, you done got away from the traditions. All our family functions were to keep an eye on the old people and for the children to know each other. It never had nothing to do with us. I know my sister already. I don't need to know my sister. I don't need to keep getting acquainted with my sister. That's my sister. I know my sister. We grew up together. I need my children to know her and my children to know her children more than knowing her. We need to make sure our children know each other. It's more important for my nephews to be around, know my sons and my daughters than to be around me. What I want to be around them for? What they gonna do? They the next generation. They got to get it together down there where they at. I'm giving y'all a lot of info right now. Y'all need to stand on this. And ladies, when your daughter go get in a relationship, stay out the way. Stay out the way. When my daughter get in a relationship, I stay out the way. I stay out the way. If he ain't, as long as he ain't putting his hands on her, hey, I'm only gonna pop up when there's some type of violence. Then I pop out. Like Katie got bands. Yeah, I pop out like Katie got bands if it's some violence. Other than that, my son's relationships, my children's relationship, I stay out the way. I stay out the way. I don't get all in a relationship between them and they doing what they do. I stay out the way of that. Because I'm overreaching my bounds right now. My sons and my daughters, they got to go have babies. Have babies. That's what it is. Babies. See, for you to be in the world, but then don't want to bring no future in the world, you gotta really check yourself. You gotta really check yourself when you in the world, but you so selfish you don't want to bring nobody in the world. What if somebody was selfish didn't bring your ass in the world? How you in the world but don't want to bring people in the world? Listen, young ladies, let me tell you something. If you're saying you don't want to have no babies, have you some babies. Because I know older women that used to think like y'all, and they're not happy now. They're not happy not having no children. It was all cute when they was 20 and 30 and 40. Now they 60s and 70s. They wish they had some offspring. You better listen. You're going to wish you had children. Have you some babies. because babies is more powerful than a relationship. Seriously. When you get in a relationship and have a baby and the relationship break up, the baby still be worth it. Let me give you an example. My oldest daughter. I met her mother. She got pregnant. She had my daughter. She died in a fire from smoke inhalation. So tell me it wasn't a beautiful thing she had that daughter. The only thing that's left to represent her is her two daughters. She already had one daughter, then she had mine. Think about it. My son, my youngest son, his mother passed away. So what's his value now that his mother not here? His value is unmeasurable because now she left something behind. And he was able to have a daughter and have a son. So now it wasn't all in vain. It wasn't all in vain because you left some lineage behind. Life ain't guaranteed every day. And the only thing you're going to have at the end of the day is babies. When it's all said and done, the only thing you're going to have of any value in this world is your lineage. All of us here today, we're lineage from our ancestors back and back and back and back and back. And if they didn't have babies and have babies and have babies, none of us would be here. So the most valuable thing your ancestors did was have babies. Think about it. There was nothing more valuable they did, even through slavery and whatever type of abuse, being conquered as Native Americans and all that. Having babies was the greatest treasure. If you're chasing money, the best way to get money is to have babies. Because if you don't get it in your generation, one of them will. One of them will. I had a lady, I was telling her, babies are great. She said, how could you say that? Babies is expensive. She said, how could you say babies is great? I said, let me tell you, babies are great. She said, explain. I said, LeBron James' mother. She said, oh, shit. She said, how is LeBron James' mother living? How's LeBron's mother doing when she had that baby? Did that baby, was it worth it? Was it worth her having that baby? All these NBA players and all these football players and all these millionaires, was it worth them having them babies? That same baby that you struggle with might come back and buy you a house. And tell me one thing on this planet that's more valuable than people. Because if you ain't got no people, there is no value. There is no value in no house without people to live in a house. There's no value in a car without somebody to drive the car. So what is more valuable than people? The greatest thing I've done is had 6 children that could go out there and have children, that could have children, that could have children, and we could be fruitful and multiply and keep the family going for thousands of millions of years. You know, one day I was watching a show, and it was about the droughts in Ethiopia. And they had these droughts in Ethiopia, and then people hadn't had no food in 3 years, right? So it was a lady, she had a 2-year-old baby. So I started thinking, I said, now, wait a minute. They ain't had no food in 3 years. She got a 2-month-old baby, which means she got pregnant a year ago. So I said, so you mean to tell me they didn't have no food for 2 years, but they were still having sex? And that's when the Most High showed me that that's why sex is so powerful, because it was designed to be powerful to ensure that the species of human beings stay on the planet. is so powerful that this lady got pregnant 2 years into a drought. And I said, that's deep. That's deep. And so to get back to reiterate on what I've been saying, when you have children, watch your children from when they little. And when your children is little, you can see their personality, and then you're supposed to sculpture that personality, right? Because when they get to like the 6th grade, they're gonna start thinking a little on their own. And by the time they get in the senior and out, they're gonna be trying to think totally on their own. So the more you sculpture them, the more you got them in some type of mental box where even when they start thinking on their own, they won't go too far out of that what you sculptured. But you're just sculpturing, but they're still going to do their own thing. But they'll always carry that discipline and that knowledge with them. Even if they go astray, they'll always come back if you give them that discipline and that knowledge of how to be respectful and things like that. If you teach them that, they'll never go too far out of that. But they will not be exactly what you want them to be. And if they do be what you want them to be, they was already like that. So if you're raising your son and you keep trying to tell him to be a doctor and all that, and your son go to be a doctor, he was like that. Because if he wasn't like that, I don't care how much you talked, he would not have been a doctor. If he's a piano player and you tell him to be a doctor, he's going to get a certain age, he's going to learn how to play the piano, and he's going to be on stage playing the piano. If he's a musician, he's going to be a musician. And I don't care what else you teach him. If he's naturally a musician, that's what he's going to be. If he's naturally an artist, that's what he's going to be. If he's naturally a singer, that's what he's going to be. And that's why many times you have 5 things that you are: a singer, a this, a that, a that, a that. And so when you get out in the world and you be singing and then it don't make no money and you can't make a living, you go to your second thing that's within you. So you might be a singer, but then you might be good at math, and then you're good at this. You might be athletic. So out of one of them things, you got a chance to make something out of life. But they always going to go towards what's inside of them. And you got to remember that your children are a mixture. And your children are a mixture between the man and the woman when you had sex and had them. So you creating a new being. They could be like you. They could be like their mama, or they could be something totally different. Sometimes the mix would create a third thing. So you're just raise what you got. And I'm trying to teach you psychologically, pay attention to your children's personality. And don't let none of them be mean. So early when they little, you step on that right away. Ain't none of this fighting between the brothers, fighting between the sisters, none of that. You freeze that early. And families that didn't freeze that, when them children get early, they'll still hate each other. Man, my sister, Pharaoh, you saw my sister. That's because your parents didn't get y'all straight. They let y'all have animosity as children. That should have been nipped in the bud. So if your children cannot be beefing. Period. That is a no-no. That's a 100% no-no. Early. All that you thinking is cute, Your daughter's in high school and they beefing and you the mama, you think it's cool. You didn't freeze that? Because I was coming up, that was a no-no. Because our parents wanted to make sure we defend each other if another person tried to do something. So my mother was like, don't you go in front of them kids and be telling jokes and disrespecting your sister in front of them, because once they see you disrespecting your sister, they're going to disrespect both of y'all. So once you go up to the school and you a female and they see you beefing with your sister, they're going to disrespect both of y'all. There ain't no way that two sisters should be beefing and y'all grown. Ain't no way I'd be beefing with my sister. Over what? If I had a brother, there's no way I'd be beefing with my brother. That's ridiculous. Some of y'all grown, still beefing with your siblings. Because ain't neither one of y'all got the heart to go and say, hey man, this is ridiculous. We can't do this. Because you can't fight your family and the world. This come from bad parenting. That's where it come from. If you got two sons, you got one in 6th grade, you got one in 7th grade, you're going to buy Jordans, you're going to buy both of them Jordans. And you're going to buy both of them the same Jordans. You're not going to buy them two different Jordans. Because they're going to always try to see which ones was the better ones. So to avoid them trying to see who got the best, they get the same thing. Until they get old enough where you give them their money and now they pick what they want. But when they little, you buy them the same thing. Because what you thinking you bought for this one and bought for that one of them might think you bought the other one something better. And this is definitely with twins. I raised some twins. And the mama could go buy the exact same dress, a yellow one and a pink one, and put it on. And one of them don't like theirs. They want the other one. I don't want the yellow one. I want the pink one. The same dress. I was like, wow. That's a whole nother long video I have to do on raising twins. That's why people dress twins exactly alike. If you got twins, you got to buy them the exact same thing. Because if you don't, one of them going to say the other thing is better than theirs. Even if it's the exact same thing. If you buy one blue Jordans and one red Jordans, somebody going to say, I want the blue ones. They're going to think the red one. I'm telling you. I used to wonder why they dress twins exactly alike, because that's the only way you're going to have peace. I was raising twins. Tell me this ain't spaced out. I was raising two girls twins, which was my wife's daughters. I was raising twins and watching them watch the Olsen twins on TV. And the Olsen twins would be on TV doing the same thing that they would be doing at the house. It was like unbelievable. I said, that's why I learned psychology. I was like, oh, this is a twin thing. And the Olsen twins be the same thing, got on the same color or the same cereal. And one of them say, she got more than me. You just made the cereal. You put cereal in this bowl, you put cereal in this bowl, you put milk in there. And one of them pouting. What's wrong? Why she got more than me? What? I wanted the red bowl. So you got, I know it sounds crazy. You're like, why you pouting? Because this one got the red bowl, she got the orange bowl. She want the red, she want red. So you got to have two red bowls. Everything got to be the same because they sure trying to find out. It's crazy. Who got the best? And you never looked at it like that. You figure you're trying to get them some identity. They don't want no identity. They want to make sure the other one ain't doing better than them. And the only way, it's crazy, but it's true. The only way they know that what you got ain't better than them. If y'all got the same thing, you cannot buy twins two different things until they get old enough to pick their own. But when they little, 6, 7, 8, 9, you better buy them the exact same thing. Parents, listen to me. Because that other one gonna find out you buy your one son this jacket and the other one that jacket, and he gonna swear he want that jacket. You think his jacket the best. He don't. He want the one like his brother. You like, why you frowning? Because I want the brown one. Are you kidding me? Because his brother got the brown. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just telling you, I don't know what's up with it. But I'm just telling you how to save yourself a headache if you're a parent. I done raised a lot of children and a lot of stepchildren. Shout out to the twins, too. They was something else. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. You better dress them alike if you don't want no smoke. Now, if you want smoke, dress them differently and see how great your life turned out. Dress them differently. If you want smoke, dress them differently. There they go right there, what they got on. You know why they got on the same thing? They better have on the same thing. And that's my stepson on the left, and that's my youngest son on the right. His mother had passed away. So I bought him over there. They in the hallway in O Block. See the twins? See how we had to learn the hard way? We had to learn the hard way. We bet not. But they bet not have on two different tops. All hell gonna break loose. All hell gonna break loose. And the boys, you see, I had to put on the boy. I had to put the boys on like glass. I had to make sure nobody looked better than the other. The boys was older, so they picked a hoodie, but I had to make sure both of them got on designer glasses. Because if one of them got on the designer, then the other one don't, it's a problem. And they ain't even twins. But the girls, and they was older, and they was still on that. So we learned the hard way. Buy them the same thing. Buy them the same thing. They was on their way downtown to the movies. So you won't think I raised a lot of children. Them three on the left, none of them is mad. But they was mad, but they weren't mad, but they was mad. You couldn't tell they wasn't mad. You know what I'm saying? I didn't care who they is. If my wife got some children, then we just got some children. Everybody get treated the same way. They want to go get some food, I give them money. Go get what you want. I don't buy this one for this one and this one for that one. I don't do none of that. But I tell you something. You can't raise them to do nothing you want them to do. I tell you this. At this picture right here, they already turning into their own self. They turn to their own self. So they in our boundaries, and they still ain't crossed our boundaries, but they starting to do them. And you could do whatever you want to do, but they got a mind of their own. They gonna grow up and they gonna do what they gonna do. My stepson got 2 children. My son got 2 children. The one right there, I think she got 5. The taller twin and the younger twin, I think she got 2. I mean, the shorter twin got 2. They're going to do what they're going to do. All you can do is try to guide them, keep them out of trouble, keep them safe. And then when they get a certain age, they're gonna make their own life. They're going to make their own life. You cannot be trying to be worried about the life they decide to make once they become young adults. Your job is done. So the worst thing you could do is be down on yourself from the decisions young adults made. You've done your job. You raised them. You made sure they stayed alive. You fed them. You kept a roof over their head till they get old enough to make their own decisions. And then when they make their own decisions, you still love them and you don't got no expectations for them. Stop having expectations for your children. They got to come up with their own expectations. Many times when parents failed in life, they want their children to succeed, but you don't want them to succeed for them. You want them to do this succeeding for you. You got them chasing some dream you didn't get. That's not cool. Leave them alone. Stop trying to make your children achieve your dreams. They got minds of their own. Your job is to love them, not to judge them. That's not your job to judge them because they didn't go do what you wanted them to do. You didn't do what nobody wanted you to do. And if you did it because you wanted to do it. So I'm just giving you game. Love your children, and your children going to have a mind of their own, okay? And you can only raise what you got. And they got their own personalities. And if you sit back and watch them as babies, you'll see they individuals. These twins are nothing alike. Nothing. These boys is nothing alike. Nobody in this picture is alike. And there's no way to tell what they was going to do in life. All we want to do is raise them so that they can make their decisions. But it ain't for us to be tripping over their decision. Your job is just to raise them so they can get old enough to get out there and get it and make their decisions. And whatever decisions they make or whatever, you don't lift them up or take them down. If I got two sons and one of my sons become a doctor and my other son got a job at Target, I'm not putting the son that's a doctor over on a pedestal higher than my son at Target. They both my sons. I don't look at one as better than the other one. This one is a doctor and this one work at Target. That's it. Not this one is successful and this one's not. Because the only thing that's successful is being alive. That's the only success is when you get your ass up in the morning and live all day. Other than that, all that other success is fake. Period. So stop putting the one that went to college and all that up on this high-ass pedestal over the one that didn't. That's not cool. Because they their own people. And we live at a time now where one son go to college, he become a doctor, he making $200,000 a year, and the other son don't go to school, and he become a rapper, and he become a multimillionaire. He become Irv Gotti, or he be richer than the other one. We live in a time where you don't know who's gonna be the richest. Seriously. So it's like don't be comparing your kids what they did in life, that who is this and that, and don't be comparing yourself against your siblings. Don't be comparing yourself to your siblings. My sister, she worked for these big companies. She make a whole lot of money and all that. That don't mean nothing to me. That's my sister. She doing her thing and she's successful. You feel me? That don't mean I could try to compare my life to her life. Her life is her life. My life is my life. That's my sister. It's ride or die with my sister till the wheels fall out. I'm the older brother. It's me, my mother, my father, and my sister. My sister was the youngest. And so when I was growing up, I got the mentality. I came up with the mentality that my sister is the favorite. And people be like, well, damn, it's you and your sister. How's she the favorite? Because my sister is my daddy's favorite, my mama's favorite, and my favorite. My sister is my favorite. So my sister is the favorite. How I'm the favorite when she my favorite? Make it make some sense. She was the baby. She's the little baby sister. We all look out for the baby. How you going to be jealous of the baby? You know, my youngest daughter ain't in this picture. She was way younger than them. And I had to tell them because they wanted to act like my youngest daughter was getting special treatment. So I sat them down and said, listen, she gets special treatment. So my stepson said, that's not right. I said, she can't do nothing. They started cracking up. They say, oh, I wouldn't think about it like that. I'm like, listen, the baby dumb. The baby can't do nothing. The baby got to have special treatment. What is y'all talking about? It's a baby. You got to pick it up. You got to carry it. You got to feed it. You got to show the baby favoritism. I don't got to show y'all favoritism. I just give y'all money. Y'all go across the street and get food. The baby can't go across the street and get food. Y'all got to bring her food back. So y'all spoiling her. They say, we ain't think about that. Y'all spoiling her. Y'all keep going to getting her food. Why she don't go over there and get the food with y'all? They say she too young. We didn't think about that. Duh. The baby is always the favorite because you got to carry the little motherfucker. Duh, 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 duh. It don't mean you love them more. You close to having a kid, any advice being a young father? Yeah, feed them right. Make sure they eat lots of fruits and vegetables. And don't put one over the other one. And teach the older one that the baby is the one that we got to cater to. Period. Like me, it was my father, my mother, me, and then my sister. And I had to protect my sister. Period. I'm the big boy. She a year younger. I'm responsible for everything. When mom and daddy at home, everything stops with me. When we go out in the street, everything stops with me. Better not nobody look at her funny. Better not nobody say nothing to her. My job is to protect my sister. Point blank, period. So when my sister, we both went to Luther South. When my sister left, when we went to 6th grade, nobody played with her up to 6th grade. When we went to 7th, 8th grade, nobody played with her. When we went to Luther South, nobody played with her. When my sister, we decided to transfer out to Lutheran school because she could get more at Percy L. Julian. And then I was still at Luther South and my sister was at Julian. I used to drive up to Julian after school and be in front of school when my sister get out. And the little male friends and female friends, the female school with the little male friends, I used to kind of be a little gangstery with them. You know what I'm saying? So if I used to watch her male friends and the ones real nice to her and stuff like that, cool. But the one standing back, kind of looking, and he ain't real, I'd, walk over to him and be like, hey, man, don't let me have to come up here for my sister. No, man, man, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Don't have me have to come back up here. I used to bring the Goonie Goons up, pick my sister up from school, and intimidate the little boys. Child support and toxic women have ruined child upbringing. No, weak men ruin child. Weak men. How many children you got, Robinson? How many children you got? So Robinson, so child support and toxic women has ruined your family? So you say you got one son, his mother has ruined him, not me. Okay, what did his mother do? What did his mother do? What did she do? Why you say he ruined? Is he ruined? How is he ruined? Is he in jail? He getting in trouble going to jail, or what he doing that make you say he's ruined? Okay, but what's ruined about him? What's ruined about him? What's wrong with him? He be disrespecting y'all on that side of the family. Who is y'all on that side of the family? Who is y'all that he disrespecting? So you got other people involved? Your mom and them is all involved? Because that sounds like a you problem. How old is he? Because it sounds all like your fault to me. You the one had sex with her. And so you didn't vet her. So it sounded like you had a baby by a loser. And now you're trying to blame the lady, but you the one got her pregnant. Let me give you some game, Robinson. He 21. Let me give you some game. The reason you having problem with him, Robinson, is because you chased him. You wanted to be in his life. You understand? And so men when you watching me, if you got a woman and she have your son, and you calling and you saying, hey, I want to see my son. I want to see my son. What she gonna do if she's spiteful? Is she gonna keep your son away from you? So if it's a spiteful woman, what you got to tell her is the hell with that boy. Keep him. You can stick him up your butt. And then she gonna drop him off right at your house. I had a brother, he came in my life and he said, Pharaoh, my woman will not let me see my son. I said, call her and tell her you don't want to see him. You don't care. You don't care if you don't never see him. About 2 weeks later, he came back in the live and said, I got him every day now. I said, I told you, because she's trying to make you miserable. Your son, 21 years old. Stop talking to him. He's grown. You didn't had him. He got to go out there and do what he do. So stop chasing behind him. Okay? Stop chasing behind him. Stop trying to find out what he's doing. He got your number. Tell him to holler at me when you want to holler at me. And when you want to holler at me, it is what it is. Because you should still be out there knocking women back. You're supposed to have some more babies. That's the only baby you got? That's your only baby? That's your only baby? No, see, you're supposed to have some more babies. Okay, 45, your thing still work, right? All right, you better go knock something back and have some babies. Man, you better have some more babies. You better go get you a woman and get her pregnant. What are you doing? Bro, you better go get a woman and get her pregnant. You know what I'm saying? As far as your son, he'll be back. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Leave him alone. When he call you, talk to him, say, boy, what you doing? Stop acting like a little bitch and get with your daddy. You know what I'm saying? That's what you tell him. Boy, stop acting like a little bitch. Your mama raised you to be a little bitch. Come holler at your daddy and stop tripping. You know what I'm saying? And hang up. Tell him to see you when you see it. Hey, what's going on, Samantha? I'm telling you, you try to raise, you still got to raise him to be a G, right? Think about it. He your son, right? All right, he ain't been around you, but it's still your son. So you still got to teach him game, right? So don't turn your back on him. Go hard with him. Go hard with him and tell your family don't talk to him no more. If he call y'all, he disrespect y'all, don't answer the phone no more. Your other side of the family shouldn't even go talk. Don't talk to him no more. Don't let him be disrespectful. Especially if he talking shit to your mother. Because if that, okay, you in Cali, but I don't care. If my son in Georgia, and my son get on the phone and talk crazy to my mother, I'm taking the first flight to Georgia and I'm stealing on them. Boy, don't you ever talk to my mama like that. Talk to your mama like that, little boy. So now my son could cross the line. Now I'm not going to have pictures in my book now. My son could cross the line. Like, don't cross the line. If you want to cuss out a mama, cuss out your stupid ass mama. Don't be cussing out man. And then I'm telling all my family, don't call that dumbass boy no more. Don't call him. Leave him alone. You do not keep chasing behind no hater. Make him change his ways. Because if you keep chasing behind him, and it's like this. I had a mini pincher. And one day I opened the door to get the mail and he ran out. And when he ran out, he ran on the grass and he looked back at me. And he looked back at me like chase me. And I went and sat down on the porch. And when I got out to sit on the porch, he ran a little longer and he looked back. And when he seen me sitting on the porch, he came back. But if I would have stepped down there, he would have ran all around the block. Don't chase him. I mean, you had a wife that was unfaithful and all that, but you got to always remember that's still your queen. So you had a wife. It didn't work out, right? So then you had a son. So all you got to do is get a DNA to make sure that's really your son. That might be, your son might, she might belong to the street. You don't know if that's your son or not. But if you got the DNA to know it's your son, then what? I'm glad you're bringing this up. That means you met a woman, right? You met a woman, she had a son. If you're sure it's your son, your job is done. This is what you got to remember. You had a DNA. Okay, listen. This is what you got to remember, Robinson. Remember this. That is you. Listen, Robinson. That is you. You went, and when you had made love to this woman, a part of your body went in her body, her egg, and she cultivated it, and she gave birth to you. So when you had sex with her, what you did was you synced the woman. It was something about her you liked. And so you wanted to come back with a little bit of her personality. So you've been reincarnated with a little bit of her personality. So why would you chase yourself, your future self? Let your future self do you. And then you just chill. If he come back around, he come back around. And if he don't come back around, he don't. But that's you. So trust that you in the future. So you really disrespecting yourself. He just don't know the math. You understand, Robinson? He don't know the math. He don't know he disrespecting himself. So I'm my father. My father was his father. His father was his father. And we just reincarnated. So leave him alone. Leave him alone. He young. He only 21. Listen, Robinson, listen to me close. 7. Check this out, Robinson. 7, 14, 21, 28. Every 7 years, you're a new person. All y'all listen to this when you got children, right? Listen close. So 7, 14, 21, 28. When your children start reaching 21, they start disliking you. So the reason your son dislikes you, because this is something natural God gave him to make him get out the nest. So what he's going through, all children do that. Some more than others. So that makes him get out the nest. When he gets about 25, he gonna start coming back towards you. You see what I'm saying? Leave him alone. He not gonna be ready for you to deal with till he get 28. Ask any woman, she gonna tell you her daughter start acting funny around 2021. All of us, our children get to acting funky at around 2021 because they have to do that. That encourages them to get out the nest. And then once you get out the nest, and then that next 7 years, once you get 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, right? So 22, 23, 24, 25. That's when he's going to start heading back. 26, 27, 28. He's going to be like, Dad, my bad. Ba da da da. Because Robinson, you got to remember something. He's not a grown man. Under my teachings, when you turn 21, you're a grown teenager. He's just a grown teenager. He don't know what the hell he's doing. He was just a teenager. So don't be mad at him. He a goofy. He don't know what he's doing, bro. He not trying to disrespect y'all. He don't know what he's doing. So now when he start getting towards 28, when he get 28, that's when he'll be a full-grown adult, and that's when he'll come back around. All of them now that they 28, 29, 30, they all back. But when they was 21, they was the same way. We didn't know what the hell they was on at 21. When they get 21, they ain't messing with you. And that got to happen like that for them to get out the nest. So God made you like that. When you get 21, you ain't trying to hear nothing of mom and daddy. You don't even really like mommy and daddy at 21, 22. So mom and daddy get on my name tripping and they be doing stuff to me. And you know what I'm saying? My mother got me an insurance policy and sent it to me to Hawaii to sign so I have insurance. I burnt it up and put the ashes in the bag and sent it back and be like, don't be betting on my life. You know, try betting on my mama gonna take a insurance policy out of me or like wishing I was dead. Dumb as hell. Dumb as hell, bro. Don't y'all listen to no 21-year-old to 27. Please don't. Robinson, do not listen to him. He just stopped being a teenager. Leave him alone. Yeah, bro. You really think that boy hates you? That boy don't know what Robinson, that boy don't know what the hell he doing. Don't judge that boy. Don't judge him, bro. He don't know what he doing. Nah, he ain't got no mental health, bro. He young. Leave him alone. He might be doing some drugs or something like that. Leave him alone. Pharaoh, what do you do if your mom talks shit to other people, making it hard to defend her? How old is your mom and how old are you? Because I ain't defending my mama if she out there talking crazy. And where your daddy at? All the time. I'm not. If my mom out there beefing, hey, she better know how to fight. She ain't defending my mama if she out there talking crazy. If she out there talking crazy, she ain't no good mama. How you a good mama? You out there talking crazy. My mama wasn't talking crazy to people. So I defend her because you had to be messing with her because she ain't messing with nobody. Your mama out there messing with people. You should be worried about your woman all the time. Where your woman at? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to teach y'all. Once I leave my mama and I get pregnant, I have a woman. Now it's me and my woman. It ain't mommy and daddy no more. Now, if mommy and daddy is still mommy and daddy and decent and stuff, I'm always there to help her. Okay, she's 63. She old. You know what I'm saying? But ain't nothing you can do. You're not going to put your life on the line for her because she don't know how to treat people. What you supposed to do? If she wrong, she wrong. But they just got to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? You can't be jumping into beefs. If she like to beef, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing you can do about it. You can't be there 24/7. So that's what you get in Cracker Jacks. So if she out there wilding and getting into beefs, hey, what you supposed to do? You ain't gonna put your life in line. You ain't finna go to the penitentiary. You ain't finna, if you got children, you can't throw your life away to try to help her. She the mama. So why would she be doing stuff that the son got to come help the mama? What kind of mama is that? So you just gotta let her find out the hard way. You don't jump in that. That's why I'm not really with hanging around mommy and daddy when you get grown. I'm totally against that chasing behind mommy and daddy. You should only deal with mommy and daddy when they get like to the point they can't take care of themselves. But as long as they're young enough to take care of themselves, then the only thing should be between mommy and daddy is that you drop off the grandbabies. Other than that, you ain't supposed to be up under mom and daddy like that. Some of my worst relationships is women that still running behind mommy and running behind her sisters and brothers. It ruins the relationship. Listen, do you want to build a family or do you want to run behind your old family? Make your mind up because you cannot build a family running behind your old family. It don't work like that. This ain't slavery times. You know what I'm saying? But in your case, Robinson, you good. Your boy all right, he fine. He ain't number 21. Bro, don't y'all ever listen to no 21. Hey, listen, Robinson, if you would have listened to me when I was 21, I wish you luck. Hey, bruh, if you would have listened to me when I was 21, that's on you. Because I think at 21, I think the 21, from 21 to about 25, you probably as dumb as you could ever be. I swear to God, because you think you grown and shit, but you just practicing. You know what I mean? You like, I'm grown, but you be practicing. Because it takes 7 years to learn how to be grown. How the hell you just was 17, 18, 19 and you grown? And you never been grown before. The difference between 21 and 28 is 28, you've been baby grown before. At 21, you ain't never been grown before. So you practicing. But when you talk to your son, you be like, what you doing, boy? And don't talk about none of that crazy shit. Say, all right, be careful. You know, if you need me, call me. Daddy gonna ride. Because at the end of the day, if somebody mess with him, you finna go defend him. So just let him know, hey, I don't care what you talking about. Better not nobody mess with you. That's what you tell your son. Call your son and say, hey, boy, I don't care. Or text him, say, boy, I don't care what you talking about. Better not nobody mess with you. Daddy finna ride with his son. Period. That way you teaching him that I'm riding. So he'd be like, my daddy riding regardless. See, that mess with his mind. Man, I be talking crazy to my daddy, talking crazy to my relatives, but my daddy, he be still riding. He said, better not nobody mess with me. You know what I'm saying? So every now and then you still hit him up because he a baby. So don't abandon him. He 21, boy. That's 19, 21. What's the difference? He like a 19-year-old. You supposed to still be texting him. Boys, you behaving out there. Boy, stop talking crazy to mom and them. That's it. You taking him too serious. He too young. Robinson, he too young. Leave him alone. You gotta help him. He 21. Do not listen to him, bro. Hey, Robinson, don't take, Robinson, do not take your son, 21-year-old son, serious, bro. Don't take him serious. He don't know what he doing. He don't know what he talking about, bro. You better love that boy. His mother ain't got nothing to do with how he act. They all act like that when they get that age. You can't tell them nothing. They know everything. Hey, as soon as they get 19, 18, 19, you can shut up talking to me. They know. Man, leave that boy alone. You should love him. He's 21 years old. Why is you listening to him? He don't know nothing. How he gonna tell you anything? And he 21. He don't know nothing. Leave him alone. It's like this. Y'all ever had a baby? And when you have a baby, you ever take your baby to the doctor when your baby was like 10 months? And when you take your baby to the doctor says, is he holding his head up? Okay, that's normal. Is he doing this? That's normal. So the doctor gonna ask you certain things that all 10 months old. So if I was talking to Robinson and I was checking his son, I'd be like, how old is your son? He'd be like 21. I'd be like, is he acting like an asshole? He'd be like, yeah, okay, perfect. He's doing great. Hey, Robinson, I'd be like, how old is your son? He's 21. Is he an asshole? Is he talk crazy? And yes. Oh, okay. He's doing great. This is perfect. Okay, he's right on schedule. Your son is right on schedule, bro. I can't hate on your son because he's just like me at 21. Fuck everything everybody talking about. Okay. Shit, I'm 21. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all y'all. I'm telling you. If y'all got children like that, leave them alone, man. They tripping. That's all right. Leave them alone. This how it go, Robinson. My son tripping. He be going out, but he mine though. Don't worry about my son fucking up. You know what I'm saying? Because he grown, so I can't tell him what to do because he baby grown, but he's still mine. So at the end of the day, hey, you know, Marvin trying to get it together. Leave him alone. You know what I mean? I can't do nothing because he young as hell. You know what I'm saying? So you know what I mean? All I could do is love him and be there for him. But don't get in your emotions over him. Oh, hell no. 21? Bro, stop listening to him. Stop listening to him. He's 21. He's 21 years old. I wish I would listen to. I listen to none of man. Y'all think they could tell me anything when they got 21? Boy, I wasn't listening to them. Please. That's for all you parents out there. Wait till they get 28. The mother, I've had women, and our children get around 20, and the mother be down. She don't call me, or he don't call me. He don't check on me. He hung up on me. I said, he 21, he 22. Sure enough, when the child get about 26, them and the mother be back cool. I said, I told you he was going to be back cool. You got to wait. That energy they got helps them get out the nest. So he got to hate. It's not a hate, but he's got to dislike you to make him grow up. They can't keep accepting you. So God gave it in us that when we get a certain age, We don't want to fuck with you. We don't want to deal with our parents. We don't want to deal with you. And that helps us get out the nest. And then once we get out in the world and we start establishing, we get towards 28, we come back. This happens all the time. Anybody think I'm lying? Look at your child when they're 18 and look at them when they're 20. They start acting funny when they get 20. They still be cool, kind of cool at 18. What you mean? What about infidelity with your son? Infidelity is infidelity. I mean, what you care about his mother? You ain't with her no more. What you care? That was how many years ago? It was never meant for y'all to be together. Y'all was only together to have that boy. So take it what it is. You and her got together so that you could be reincarnated. And now you reincarnated, and that was all it was for. The only reason you was with his mother was to be reincarnated. You was never with her to be in no long relationship. Don't pay. I mean, ain't none of your business what she doing with her coochie. Ain't none of your business. The hell do you care? You shouldn't even care nothing about that. It don't matter. It ain't none of your business. The only thing your business is what's in your zipper. That's it. What's in somebody else's panties or underwear? That ain't none of your business. You thinking too much. You got too much. And that's also going to cause a problem with your son. Because you too much into too much stuff. You know what I'm saying? Fade over a chick, get the fuck out of here. So you be like, so if I got a wife and my wife go cheat on me, you want to know what I should do? So if I got a wife and I love her dearly and she cheat on me, what should I do? If I got a wife and I love her and I go out on the street, I'm seeing all kind of fine women that I'm passing up because I love her. So when she cheat on me, now I can go hit all this shit I've been passing up. That's why I got 6 kids. Because if she cheat on me, then I go get another one. You know what I mean? My heart, I can fix my heart when I knock somebody else's back. I feel better. When I get a new chick and I start knocking it back, all of a sudden I feel better. All of a sudden, all the pain goes away. Shit. Fuck you want me to do? You know what I'm saying? So I get with a woman and I love her and she cheat on me. Should I go home? Siri, play You Belong to the City. You belong to the city. You belong to the night. Oh, well, you need to get away from family because that's too feminine, bro. Get away from family. Talk about that shit. Go on with your life because you got your whole life tied up in that. You know what I'm saying? Go on with your life. Whatever it is, the new woman ain't doing her job because if you was with another really bad woman, you wouldn't even be thinking about that shit. Okay, you've been in a war in Iraq. Okay, well, you gotta let that go though. That past life, you gotta let it go. All of y'all, you're in a relationship, it's broke up, it's over with. Move on. Move on. Because you ain't doing yourself no good living in the past. You're just wasting time. Some of you brothers, you done broke up with your woman. You think about her and she's somewhere getting her back knocked out. She ain't thinking about your ass. So let that go. Anybody else got any questions? And then we're gonna let this end. But you know, you can only raise what you got. And when you got a child and they're growing up, you can't really know where they're going in life. You never know where life is finna lead them. You never know what age they're gonna be to get their calling. So some of your children might find their calling at 17. Some of your children might not fall their calling until 21. Some of your children might not find their calling until 38. So you gotta let everybody do what they gotta do, and you just be there as the figurehead. And then the main thing you have to do in life is you have to take care of yourself. You have to eat right. You have to exercise. You got to take care of yourself. Because you see the casket, only one person get in there. So your son ain't getting in the casket with you. Your baby mama ain't getting in there. Your mama, your daddy, none of that. They ain't got no caskets for 5 people. A casket for one person. So what are you going to do to stay your ass out that casket? That's all you need to be thinking about. Period. Ain't no need in crying over your ex because only one person per casket. And so you got to stay alive and take care of yourself and stay alive. And then if you're in a relationship, you're trying to make sure y'all all stay alive, y'all all stay healthy. And if somebody cheat on you and they say it's a mistake and you still love them, then take them back and try to make it work. If you can't take them back, then move on. But don't make the children suffer. Don't make the children suffer. Don't put it all in front of the children. Handle it like adults and move on and still take care of the children. Because you could be with a woman or a man and they cheat on you. And then you forgive them and take them back. And then when you take them back and you sleep with them, you get HIV because the person they cheated with got HIV. Keep it real. So they mess around, cheat on you, and bring you back that package. So you got to think. It's all right for your heart to be broken. You'll be all right. Find another man. Ladies, if a man break your heart, find another man to repair it. If a lady break your heart, find another lady to fix it. But at the end of the day, if you're alive, you ain't got no heart if you ain't alive. So, you got to really cherish life. Because if you don't cherish life, you can't help your children. You can't raise your babies. You can't help your children when they get older. And men, when you have children by a woman, then you're gonna protect her to the death. So I got children, I ain't with their mamas, but I'm not gonna let nobody do nothing to my child's mothers, period. Because it's gonna affect my child. So if you do something to one of them women and my offspring call me upset, you got a problem. Because now you didn't upset my offspring. It ain't even about her. It's about you didn't upset my offspring. And I'm coming to see you. Period. I'm coming to see you. So don't touch my children's mothers. You could be their husband. She could be remarried with her husband. But if you go too far and hurt her and upset my child, you out of there. You should have never upset my baby. Other than that, I never keep up with my women. The worst thing you could do when you break up is keep up with your ex-man or your ex-woman. That is the worst thing you could do. When I break up with a woman, I don't want to know where she at. I don't want to know what she doing. I don't want to know nothing about her new relationships. I don't want to know nothing because that's just turmoil. Why would I want to know what you're doing? We ain't together no more. So I don't want to know nothing. If I live in a city and we always go to this spot and we break up, I'm never going to that spot again. I'm going to try to go anywhere other than to bump back into you. I don't want to bump into you. I don't want to talk to you. The only time I talk to my exes that got my children is when my children is too young to talk to me directly. As soon as my children get old enough to talk to me, I don't want to talk to their mama. I'll call you. Hey, what you doing? What you need? Daddy, I need some shoes and that. Okay, I'm going to send them. I don't want to talk to your mama. What I want to talk to your mama for? You know what I'm saying? What I want to talk to your mama for? I ain't got time for emotions. I don't got time for that. I definitely don't want to know where you at, what you doing, or none of your business. I want nobody reporting to me what my ex is doing. I don't care. I don't care. I ain't finna be calling my ex and argue with her new man and all that old weirdo stuff like that. I'm not finna do all that weirdo stuff. That's crazy. I'm not finna do that. Move on. Learn how to move on. Move on, because if you concentrate on stuff like that, you could go crazy. Next thing, you locked up for a murder charge because you didn't let that fester in your mind. That ain't healthy. That ain't healthy. I got friends that women cheated on. They can't stop thinking about how she cheated on them. I say, damn. That got to be messed up. That's all you think about. Instead of sleeping with somebody else. I say, dang. I understand it, but eventually you'll move on if you just move on. It'll go away. It'll go away if you move on, but talking to them ain't going to help. When you break up with somebody, stop talking to them. What you talking to them for? That just make it worse. You keep talking to them. You keep hearing their voice. You keep talking to them. You keep talking to them. You keep getting all emotional over it. When really, they giving you a free new woman, should. If I'm with you and I love you, and then the relationship goes sour, you allow me to meet some more women that I've been passing up. I've been passing up a lot of women because I'm in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna do all that. I done had a lot of breakups. I learned early. They always seem worse than they really are. And one thing about it is that, like, if you standing on your square, a lot of times they always love you. And you can always get them back if you wanted to. Only after some time passed, though. But when the time passed, you ain't going to want them back. For what? For whatever, back was never. You know what I'm saying? The thing about women, brothers, is it's all about the Benjamins, baby. It ain't never about no woman. It's about them dollars. Where them dollars at? Where them dollars at? That's about money. It ain't about no women. You can go out there and you can buy a woman a diamond ring and a diamond chain. I can go and buy me 5 diamond rings and a diamond chain, and I could take up from you. So you always get more when you do for yourself than you do for a woman. When you do for a woman, you don't get nothing. When you do for yourself, you get women. Women don't want no man to do for women. Women want a man to do for himself. They want to see you with the jewels on. They want to see you with the car. They want to see you fly. So why would I go buy her a diamond? And I go buy myself a diamond. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, if you ain't having no babies, you ain't doing nothing but playing anyway. So when you with a woman and you ain't getting no babies out the deal, you just wasting time. That's why I got 6 children. Because I need babies. I need babies out the deal. So that way, even if the relationship goes sour, we done brought some more people into the planet. We done brought our lineage into the planet. So we winning. Oh, happy B-Day. He says, my birthday. What is some advice for someone around my age if you were in this age again? If I was 26 again right now, I can't say what I would do because that's what this conversation is about. It depend on what my drive is. But one thing I would do for sure, if I was 26, I'd buy one of these. I'll buy one of these. This is a box that you check off and you put your money in there. And after you check off and you put so much money in there, you end up with $10,000. So one thing I would do is I would buy this. I would buy one of these if I was 26 years old. For sure. If I was 26 years old right now, and I could give you one bit of advice, I say get one of these. And that's only the $1,000 one. Let me find the $10,000 one. That ain't the one you want to get. Hold on. Hold on, let me. You don't want this one. You don't want this one. Hold on. That's one thing I would do. I'm going to tell you some other advice too. That's one thing I would do. Another thing I would do is I would definitely go plant-based vegan. Because I went vegan when I was 20. So I would go vegan for sure. I would go vegan. For sure. And I would definitely try to find me some women and have me some babies. I'm trying to have a baby. Don't listen to this young generation talk about, I'm going to wait till I get straight. I'm going to wait till I get my life together and all that. But be aware that you're going to end up might having to pay some child support. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful because they take you to court for child support. So you got to be careful and make sure you marry a good woman. You can't just marry any old bust down. You know what I'm saying? But this is one of the first things I would do, Quaylen. Get you one of these for your birthday. You too, Hawkeye. Get this. They only cost like $10, $12. Put it together. And every time you put your money in there, you check it off. See them checks? So every time you put some money in, you check it off. And once you fill up all of these spaces, you're going to have 10 racks. You stick it in the top right here. That's where you put the money in. See any of that money? Get you one of these. Best birthday gift you could ever get yourself. Yeah, it's addictive. It's 100% addictive. You're 100% correct, brother Dwayne. It's the best thing ever, ain't it, man? Because it's addictive. It's addictive, and it make you save money. It's crazy. It's the most. I never had nothing that make you save as good as this. This is the best saving tool ever. I'm telling you, because it's addictive, and as you want to keep checking it off. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna check off some checks today. Matter of fact, I'll do it right now. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna check off some. I'm gonna check off some right now. Okay. I'm gonna put a 5 in there. I'm glad you said something. See, roll it up. I could put it in here, or I could put it in the long hole. $5. Boom. All right, let me go check it out. $5. Then let me see. I really should jump out the window, put $100 in it, but I put my money up. I don't feel like going to get it out the drawer. But what I will do, I'll put a 20 in there though. You know what? I'm gonna put 2 20s in there. I'm glad you said something. But I got 2 20s. All right. I'm gonna put 120 in there. 120 right there. Let me mark it up. I'm gonna put one more 20 in there. Here's another 20. I'm gonna put another 20 in there. And mark it off. Bam. And then when I finish, it's gonna be 10 racks in there that I ain't gonna never miss. You know what I'm saying? But if you're 26 years old, what you want to do is you want to have some children, you want to get married, and you want to have some children. Okay? You want to get married. You want to find a woman that really loves you. You want to get in a relationship. When you get in a relationship, don't marry her right away. Stay in a relationship for a while to see how much y'all bond. And then when you get to the point where you can tell she really loves you and you really love her, get married and have some children. And if you get married and have some children and things go wrong and you break up, you should be able to still provide for your children where she won't need to go get no child support. But if she do need to go get some child support, get your money up, pay your child support until they get grown, and then you good. And hopefully the children turn out and be successful and bring some more money back into the family. You know what I'm saying? But you definitely want to have some children because at the end of the day, that's all you're going to have. And even when it comes to getting finances, who you going to leave it to? So some people are like, man, I don't want to have no child. I got to get my money. Okay, say you get your money, you're in a bad car accident, something happened. Where your money going to go? Because you ain't got no son or no daughter to pass it down to. You know what I'm saying? But the most important thing if you're 26 is, are you going to live to be 76? Are you going to live to be 86? Because what good is 26 when you eat all type of artificial flavors, artificial color, preservative, and junk? And next thing you know, you're 46 and you're sick. So health is wealth, and health is the really main thing. Exercise, get in shape. If you're a young brother, get in shape. Because in shape, you're gonna be able to pull the best women. You're gonna be able to pull the best women if your body popping. If you could take off your shirt and you're a young brother, take off your shirt and they see some muscles and you looking in shape and you looking handsome, it's gonna pop. But if you sloppy, you know, what woman gonna want you if you sloppy? You know, the most important thing in life is how long you're gonna live. And you have to struggle to stay alive. You know what I'm saying? And if you're young, also find out what do you want to do? You know, what do you want to do in life? You have to figure it out. What do you want to do? What is going to be your profession? What is your profession? How are you going to make a living? That's what you got to do. You have to figure out how you going to make a living. What are you going to do with your life? That's what a young brother, that's what you got to do. What is your goals in life? What are you going to do in life? What are you trying to achieve in life? That's what you got to do if you're a young brother. What's your goal? What you want to do? You can't be, what's your profession? How are you going to make your money? How are you going to make a living? How are you going to make a living? What are you going to do to feed yourself? This is what you young brothers and sisters got to be thinking about first and foremost. Period. It's too late to get into the music business at this age. Well, it depends on what you want to do in the music business. You're only 26 years old. You're only 26 years old. If you want to get in the music business, you need to have two things going on. You need to find out what you're going to do to make money and what you're going to do in the music business. And you need to be doing both. You can't just be in the music business. You have to be doing two things. You have to be doing two things because you got to support yourself until your music take off. Why do so many older and younger brothers don't leave a will? Because they ain't got no money to leave no will. Because a lot of people living from paycheck to paycheck. You know what I'm saying? And we live in a world, Quentin, where you could be young and you can have a business and it could be popping. And let's say you could be like 30 and you can have a business and it could be popping. And you could be making good money till you get 40. And then all that could crash. All that could crash by the time you get 40. So now by the time you get 45, 46, you almost starting all over again. Think about the guy that owned Blockbuster. What did he have to do in Blockbuster when nobody really wanted to do Blockbuster no more? So one reason people don't have no wheels or pass no money down because the money ain't coming like that. So when you see these dudes on social media talking about they getting all this money and stuff like that, one reason so many people popular watching them because ain't nobody getting no money but them. So Quentin, when you see these dudes on there talking about they getting all this money, the reason they so popular because they the only ones getting money like that. Ain't nobody getting money like that. People living from paycheck to paycheck. People ain't got no money for no wheel and shit like that. The average person in America ain't got 3 months rent. When you go and you get in rush hour traffic, you looking at a lot of people going to jobs, living paycheck to paycheck. Those people are not rich. And now they make it like if you ain't got no whole lot of money, you supposed to be ashamed. So don't nobody want to tell you they ain't got no motherfucking money. I got friends that make hundreds of thousands of dollars. They ain't got no money now. They ain't got no money because they had hundreds of thousands of dollars back in the day. They ain't got no money now. It's not easy to have money like that, like they be trying to show y'all. It's not easy to have money like that. Social media they get on there, man, I'm making $50,000 a month selling stuff on Amazon. Order my manual and I'll show you how to do it. Bro, if you're making $50,000 a month, why are you trying to sell the manual and trying to show me how to make $50,000 a month? Like, get my manual and I'll show you how you can make money. You're showing me how to make money. Sell a manual telling people how to make money. Ain't nobody got no money out here. Ain't nobody got no money out here. Don't be listening to that. Some people got money. Most people don't. Most people don't have no money. Most people don't have no money. You can go right now and you can look up dudes at the strip club throwing money 7 years ago. And I bet you a lot of them dudes broke right now. You see them, they throwing money at the strip club 7 years ago. Go find out where they at today. Broke. A lot of them. These people selling their mansions left and right. See, it's not cool to be middle class or be working or to be living paycheck to paycheck. Everybody want to, you know, everybody want to be the man. So nobody want to tell the truth today. They just barely get by. Nobody want to say that. So the guy have the, he'll have the Tesla truck, he'll have the car, he'll have the house. But he ain't got no money. The house ain't paid for, neither is the truck. You understand? That stuff is paid for. Because if you ain't got 10 years worth of money to survive 10 years without no more money coming in, you ain't got no money. If you ain't got enough money to not make no money and pay your bills for 10 years, you all right. You got a little savings. The thing is, you can't have no money if you scared of being broke. So you scared of being broke, you'll never, you know what I'm saying? Because to get money, it take money to get money. And you gotta gamble to get money. So you got to take money and throw money into something to get money. And when you throw something in something to get money, it might not work. So now you got to take some more money and throw it into something else. But to get to the big money, you got to throw money because it takes money to get money. See what I'm saying? So let's say I'm working, I got a real good job, I'm making a whole lot of money. That ain't no whole lot of money. I got to be willing to build up that money and take 50,000 or 100,000 or 200,000 out and throw it into something that's gonna make some money. And when you throw that in there, it could work or it could fail. So as an entrepreneur, you don't care. You roll the dice. If it fails, you do it again. You know what I'm saying? You just do it again. Or you could just save and have your savings. It's two ways to do it. If you got a lot of money coming in, you could just build up and just have your savings. But typically, savings ain't no real money. It kind of seemed like it until an emergency happened. So in this world, you're not cool if you ain't got a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? You ain't cool. To be cool, you gotta have a lot of money, or look like you gotta have a lot of money. So you gotta have on designer clothes. You gotta have on, certain stuff. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And so you got two different types of businessmen. You have businessmen that look at something that's making money and then they invest in that so they can make money. Then you have entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs, we don't look at something that make money and invest in it. We like to create things that make money. So we take more chances. So it's two types of businessmen. Sometimes you could be both. You can invest over here in something that's already working to get money, and then you can invest over here to build. You could do that too. But there's two different types of businessmen. There's businessmen that look around for things that's already doing well and they invest in it. And then there's businessmen that like to build stuff from scratch. So it depends on what you try. The ones that like to build from scratch, they don't really care about money. They like the game. They like to chase. And so when they get money, they're more excited that the idea worked than they are about the money. So for me, I'm more excited that the idea worked. If I make $1 million, I'm excited that the idea made $1 million. So it's like two different things. You can pick the one you want to do. But none of them make no difference. If you ain't taking care of your health, you're still gonna be broke. Herb Gotti had just had a big deal. His family get it, but he did because he had diabetes and take care of himself. So what did he do all that for? He ain't even here to enjoy it. So he passed it down to his children. But I mean, pass it down to your children. What are they gonna do with it? Because you ain't here to guide them. You know what I'm saying? So you go get $100 million deal or $300 million deal or something like that, but then you die. Yeah, property, whatever you feel like, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you feel like is going to work for you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if you think real estate is the move, then jump into it. You know what I'm saying? You know, you jump into it. Whatever you think gonna work, you jump into it. How much if I had $100,000, how much would I have in the bank? $1,000. I wouldn't have nothing in the bank. I mean, it'd be in the bank, but it'd be in the safety deposit box. It wouldn't be in the bank. I don't have any money in the bank because I don't like digital money. When that money was cash, I didn't mind having my money in the bank because it was cash. But now it's digital. So now I can go to Zelle and digitally send you some money, or I can go to Cash App and send you some money on my bank account. Why would I put my money in the bank where somebody can get on the computer and it's gone because it's digital? Back in the day, you couldn't digital transfer. You had to go get the cash. But now you can do digital transfer. I'm not putting my money in there for somebody to go and your money gone to Russia or somewhere. So you got $1 million in the bank and it's gone, and they gonna only insure 250,000. So you just lost 750,000. Gone. Plus, I don't want nobody to see my transactions. I never kept money in the bank. I kept money in the bank, but not in the bank. I keep money in the safe deposit box. So if I want to go put $50,000 in there, nobody know. They're gonna get my key. They're gonna take me to my safe deposit box. I'm gonna open up, put 50,000 in there, close it. Nobody know what's in there. It's not on record. For them gangsters out there. Safety deposit box. Safety deposit box. When I was in the street, safety deposit box. It's got the money in it. It's got some tools in there. Boom, in case I went to jail. Case got thrown out, but if I would have went to jail, I would have did my time. I would have got out. I would have made sure my safety deposit box got paid every year. I could get out, go to my safety deposit box, take out a bunch of money, take out a couple tools in case you was playing with me, and I'm still in business. Nobody know what I got. You know what I'm saying? But as far as me going in there showing them people my money, I'm putting it in and out and in and out, and oh hell no. I don't keep no money in I don't keep no money in the bank. If my phone bill due, I go put the money in the bank and I pay the phone bill. I don't keep nothing but $30, $50 on the accounts. As soon as it's $2, $3, $4,000 in there, I take it out. I don't put no. I ain't got no. I ain't keep. I ain't want no digital money, man. I don't want no digital money. Somebody push a button, my money gone. Mm-mm. I don't want no digital money. Once they went digital and went with the computer, If they hack everybody's account in America, take all your money, guess how long it's going to be before you get it back? If you get it back. Because the FDIC, how much can they insure? They tell you they can insure you for 250,000, but can they insure everybody in America for 250,000? No, they don't got that money. Y'all think if everybody lose their money, you think the FDIC gonna have enough money to replace all that money? I'm just asking for a friend. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Okay, dude, you kind of overdoing it. You come back tomorrow because you got you He doing too much. You know what I'm saying? He messing up the chat. It's like, bro, really? Come back tomorrow, bro. Y'all support the channel. And ain't nobody wants you just to be typing down there like that fanatically like that. We can't really believe you when you typing that much. Now you're getting unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? Nobody gonna believe all that. You know what I'm saying? When you get to the point you don't respect nobody else in the chat, you gotta go. He ain't respecting nobody. He run everybody away out the chat. That's it. What is you doing, bro? So that's what's up with that. If you got children, raise them. You know what I'm saying? And be really stern with them as far as them going to school. The main thing you want to do with your children before we close out is you want to make sure they go to school. You want to make sure they're always respectful around other adults. You want to make sure they stay away from all criminal activity. You don't want them to be drinking. You don't want them to be doing no type of narcotics, right? And you want to really be a very strict parents early. Okay? So the rules go like this. You got a baby. The baby's 1, 2, 3. When the baby turns 4, all fun and games is over. Now you got 1 year from 4 to 5 years old to get them school ready. Don't send them up to the school where the teacher got to do everything. So when I was coming up, once your child turned 4 years old, once we turned 4, this is when my mother started saying, okay, you're getting too big for that now. You got to go to school next year. So if you're sending these children to these schools in the black community, stop sending your children there with no discipline and knowing nothing. So at 4 years old, when they turn 4, that's when you sit your baby down. Your baby got to know how to spell their first name, their middle name, and their last name. Your baby got to know how to spell his father's first name and his father's last name. Your baby got to know how to spell his mother's first name, his mother's last name. The baby got to know your phone number. The baby got to know his address, street, zip code, city, and state. All of that. Okay? The baby got to know where their mama work at, and the baby got to know where they work at. The baby got to be able to spell their first, middle, and last name. And you train them that for months until they got that down. When they turn 4 years old, they should know all that information. You do not send your baby out there in the world where they don't know how to tell the police or somebody how to contact their parents, where they live at, where their parents go work at. They don't know their parents. They supposed to know your work number and their daddy's work number, mama's work number and the daddy's work number. They must remember that information at 4 years old. They need to know all their ABCs, and they need to know the basics, how to read. They should be able to read. So you should be sitting with them reading, buying them little books, little children's books at 4 years old. Stop waiting until they get in kindergarten. When they get to kindergarten, they're supposed to know all that. So as soon as we turn 4 years old, my mother's like, okay, cut all that out. You got to go to school next year. Right? And my mama would sit us down in the kitchen. And my mama would say, and this got to be at 4 years old. If you do it earlier, missus, it ain't going to be valuable. It got to be at 4. Okay, I'm glad you said it. Let me tell you something else. Do not teach your children nothing until they get 4 years old. I'm going to tell you why. If you try to teach them too much early, they're going to burn out on the back end. This is why we losing so many children to education, because they're trying to send them to preschool. They're trying to teach them so much that by the time the child get in high school, the child's sick of school because you ain't letting the child be a child. So if you can, no preschool. And I'll talk about later that kindergarten and first grade, second grade should be more fun than it is education. Because the less fun the children have, the less they're going to learn. That's a fact. The more fun they have, the more they're willing to learn. The less fun they have, the less they're willing to learn. Because they got to burn that energy off. Right? So now when they get ready to go to first grade, they need to know all that kindergarten. They need to know all that information when they go to kindergarten. You don't teach them nothing until they turn 4 years old. Because they need to be free, not no slaves. And your baby starts walking around at 9 months and playing. So let them walk around 1 year old, 2 year old, 3 years old. Let them at least have 3 years to be free. Stop trying to make the little 2-year-old, 3-year-old be smart. Because 90% of the people that try to make the little baby smart, them babies drop out of school. And 90% of the people bragging about the good grades they get in grade school flunk out in high school. Facts. You bragging because your little baby doing good in grade school. That ain't nothing. What they going to do when they become a freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior? And so you can burn them out. Do not burn them out with education, because you need them to thrive more and more and more. So you need them, they little babies, they go to kindergarten, you need them to do a little more. Then by the time they get to 6th grade, you need them to do a little more. Then 7th, 8th grade, a little more. Then high school, a little more. But you got to save some room because they got to step it up in college. So they got to keep stepping it up. And what we do in the Black community, little Kiki and them going to school, they getting good grades in 4th and 5th grade. By the time he get in high school, he a gangbanger, he dropping out. You talking, he used to be good at 3rd grade. It's nothing worse than a parent bragging about your kids getting good grades in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. That's whack. That don't mean nothing. You see it all the time. You bragging because little Kiki getting all A's in the 3rd grade. And little Kiki become a junior, he ain't getting no A's. Ain't getting nothing. Don't finish going to school. Don't go to class. We doing it all backwards. You have to leave room because you got to put the pressure on their freshman year in high school. That freshman and sophomore year in high school, that's where you're going to determine what kind of parent you are. It's all on the line. Freshman and sophomore year. Freshman and sophomore year in high school. Freshman and sophomore year in college. That's going to determine everything. Because once they get their training wheels off their freshman and sophomore year, junior and senior year is nothing. Then when they go to college, they got to do the same thing. They got to buckle down that freshman and that sophomore year. If they buckle down with that, junior and senior year is nothing. But if you play around your freshman year, you're going to play around your sophomore year, and school going to be hard. And you're going to be a dummy because you up there trying to date and all that. You trying to date, your baby up there trying to date and dumb as a rock, and he trying to have a girlfriend, she trying to have a boyfriend, and they dumb. They don't know how to do nothing. What you need a girlfriend or boyfriend for? You dumb, you ain't going to have no job. You don't know how to do nothing. So don't overhype grade school. When your kids is in grade school, right? You get them $2 for every A and $1 for every B they get. When they're in first, second, third, fourth grade, like that. When they're in first, second, when they little kids, you get them money, pay them. Every B they get, you give your baby $1. And every A they get, you give them $2. So if you got two boys, they're going to be competing who make the most money. You know what I'm saying? Why do you do that? Because their knowledge is how they're going to make money at work. So you teaching them what they need to know at work, because you're going to get paid at work too by what kind of position you got and how well you do your job. So you're teaching them a work ethic early, that you're going to do this and it's going to be a reward. You're going to get paid for being smart. So pay your babies for their report cards. And you ain't going to have to say nothing about the bad grades. Because if your baby only get one A and a bunch of C's and D's and your baby only get $2, that baby is not going to want $2 next time. That baby going to try to get $8 to $10. That baby going to be like, I got to get some more A's and B's. I only got $2 damn. Oh, hell no. You know what I'm saying? That's how my mother did me and my sister. But we got paid $1 for an E and 50 cents for a G, because they used to have E, which was excellent, G was good, F was fair, and U was unsatisfactory. So an F today used to be a U when I went to grade school. I didn't want no U's. I didn't want no F's. I didn't want no G's. I wanted E's, because I wanted them dollars. Where them dollars at? Where them dollars? I wanted as many E's as I can get. I ain't want the 50 cents for the G, but I take it. That's what you do with the little kids. Then when they get to fifth grade, you up it. $5 for every A and $2 for every B. They're going to get it. And then you could do that through high school too. If you're making good money, you can give $10 for every A, $5 for every B. And what happens is the money they don't get is what drives them. And you ain't got to say nothing. They're going to be driven by what they didn't get. You ain't got to say nothing. They ain't get no A's, only got 2 B's, okay? They got $10. But their sister got 5 A's. That's $50 and 2 G's. Your sister got $60. Sister got $60. You only got, you know what I'm saying? You only got 10. You ain't got to say nothing. You ain't got to say nothing. So pay them to get their grades up. When they freshmen in high school and sophomore, they can't have no boyfriend or no girlfriend. No boyfriend and no girlfriend. No boyfriend and no girlfriend. You ain't up there to date. I'm going to finish. Make sure you run the likes up and support the channel. Donate to the channel. And we're going to finish this. Okay? And this is what I taught my daughter about school. I told my daughter, as far as school goes, it goes like this. Grade school is the most fun you're going to have in school in your life because you're a little kid. Kindergarten through 8th grade. That's the best moment. The second best moment in school is college. And the least fun is high school. I'll repeat. That's what I told my daughter. I said, let me tell you something. The most fun you're going to have in school, the best school, number one is grade school. Because you little, you playing, you just love it. I told her the second best fun is college. I told her high school sucks. And I told her the least is high school. That's how I taught my youngest daughter. I developed that philosophy by the time she got in school. And she said, Daddy, break that down. Like, what you mean? I said, look, when you're young, you're having a bunch of fun. I told her, I said, if you go to college and you go to high school do not compare to college. High school parties is whack. College parties is popping. High school is trash. So I said, so since high school is the least fun, get some good grades. Don't go to high school to play because it's whack. So you might as well get A's because it's not as good as college. So she did what I told her. She didn't play in high school. She got good grades. She got a scholarship. And boom, she went to medical school. And after her end of her freshman year in medical school, I picked her up and I asked her, I said, so which one is the most fun? High school or college? She said, Dad, you was 100% right. High school ain't got nothing on college. College is all that. I said, I told you. So why play in high school when high school sucks? Get the good grades. The damn homecoming dance, that stuff is whack. Dating in high school is whack. Your fun life in high school ain't got nothing on your child life. Once you realize Santa Claus ain't real and you ain't getting no little toys, that's not fun. So the only thing that's fun in high school is maybe a partying and stuff like that, and that's not as good as college. High school is the wackest part of school. So you might as well get your grades. Stop going to high school trying to have fun. High school is not fun. It's all right. But high school ain't as fun as grade school. Who believe high school is good as second grade and kindergarten and second grade, third grade? Ain't no way. Y'all think high school is as fun as grade school? Ain't no way. High school is not as fun as Red Rover. Let Pharaoh come over and dodgeball and you roller skating and baseball and you're outside playing hide and go seek and you ride your bike fast and you're playing four square. High school ain't that fun like that. Being a little kid is fun. When you really Christmas and you get Christmas toys and birthday toys, you be going crazy. Birthdays is whack when you get a teenager. Christmas is whack once you grow up and realize ain't no Santa Claus, it's all a hoax and you don't get no toys no more. What's more fun to get toys? That's how I told my daughter. Do not throw your life away for high school because high school is whack. So you might as well get all A's. Because it's not fun. Don't let nobody make you think high school is fun. It's not. It's all right. All of life is fun, but if you start ranking it, it's not the funnest. All your life is fun as you're young, but high school is not the funnest part. High school cannot compare to grade school or college. High school cannot compare to grade school or college. Grade school and college is way more fun than high school. Way more. Who remembers going to high school and realizing you ain't got recess no more? You was pissed. hey, am I the only one? But I got to my freshman year and I had to realize no more recess. I ain't really like that. I said, no recess. Dang, I gotta grow up. This some grown up stuff. I ain't really like not having recess no more. I'm gonna keep it real. I didn't like no recess. I was like, dang. I ain't like freshman year in high school. I mean, I liked it, but I ain't like it like fourth grade. In kindergarten, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade. I ain't like high school as much as sixth grade, fifth grade. I ain't like high school as much as seventh, eighth grade. It was popping from kindergarten to eighth grade. That was up. It was up. You know. So that's why I told my daughter, concentrate on college. Don't be up there playing up in high school. High school is your child's application for college. So when your child go to high school, make sure you tell them this is your application for college. So when my daughter went to high school, I went on her Facebook and we cleaned out her whole Facebook and we put Ivy League schools as her pages she was following. And we put all her school for her high school logo and all that stuff on her Facebook. Because I told her, these people is searching your Facebook when you get a job so they can determine if they're going to hire you. So use Facebook to make yourself look extremely smart. And I told her, go to high school. I made her go to high school. She had to take math all 4 years. She had to take science all 4 years. I forced her to be in the robotics class, and I forced her to take engineering. Because I told her, she said, but I don't want to take that. I said, you're not taking it because you want to taking it. You're taking it so when the colleges see you, they'll say, oh, engineering, science, math, robotics, you in. You're not taking it because you want to be an engineer. This is your application for college. And she listened because I forced her. So the first year, when she had robotics, when the summer came, it was time for the second year, she said, I'm not taking robotics. I said, yes, you are. Girl, yes, you are taking robotics. So she said, okay. So she went on ahead and took robotics. And when she went on ahead and took robotics the second year, they started going on trips for robotics competition. And she fell in love with it. And she took it all 4 years and graduated with the robotics class. They had a special ribbon on they, you know what I'm saying? And she's still tight with the robotics kids because robotics ended up making her be able to go travel out of town. So now every other 2 or 3 weekends, she going to Indiana. She going to New Jersey. She going out of town on big trips. So like when your child go to high school, make them take math all 4 years. Make them take science all 4 years. If they got robotics or engineering, make them get in it and let them know they're not getting in it because that's their career. They're getting in it because that record is their application for college. You're competing with other people to get into this college. So when they look at them classes, they're accepting you. Oh, damn, math all 4 years, science all 4 years, robotic engineering. Okay, you in. While you over here taking liberal arts and junk, like, nah. They want to take the brainiacs. So pretend you're a brainiac. It worked. Now she graduated medical school. Now she's just trying to pass her test for her license. And that's it. She's set for life. She's set for life. She was getting that big bag. And it's something I started working on early. Because what happened as a parent, you learn how to become a better parent. So sometimes the older kids don't get what the younger kid get because you learn from your mistakes. Because parenting, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing when you're a parent. You're trying to figure it out. And when you have your first little baby, you call your mama, Mama, the baby got a rash. Mama, the baby crying. Oh, he teething. Do this, do that. So you be a practicing parent. So that's why your children want to know, why is it easier for this baby? It wasn't for me because I didn't know what I was doing with you, Junior. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm a pro now with your little sister, your little brother. Now I'm a pro. All right, so I hope y'all learn from that. You know what I mean? And don't be getting frustrated with your children and with your boys. Get your boys video games and make them stay and play in the video games, and don't let them go out with no young dudes that's going to get them killed and get them caught up with gangs and violence. You have to keep your sons away from the gangs. Okay? This is a picture in O Block. I did not let those boys go outside in O Block. That's why they dressed up, because they went outside, but they was on their way downtown. I took them and dropped them off downtown, and they hung out downtown for 4 or 5 hours, and I went and picked them up. I did not let them hang out there at O Block, because if they would have hung out, they would have had to been BD. Everybody would have been saying BD, BD, calling them folks. Now they outside in O Block. I look outside, where they at? They done went up in somebody's apartment. Now they got some type of addiction or something, because they hanging with people in the neighborhood, and they're getting bad influences. So I kept them in. And my stepson, I talked to him like about 6, 7, 8 months ago. He was like, man, we didn't get to go nowhere. We didn't do this. He's doing all this crying and shit. I didn't say nothing. Man, we didn't get to do nothing. It was like we was in prison and all that. I ain't say nothing. He don't know what the hell he talking about, bro. You would have went outside. You could have been dead, okay? Sing it to the choir. I don't care nothing about him crying about he didn't get to go or hang out in O Block. Fool, you alive. Why am I going to try to debate him and he don't know nothing? I'm not trying to debate him. I ain't even listen to that. He don't know. It wasn't even O Block when we lived there. We didn't find out it was O Block till we moved. It was dangerous over there. So that's another thing. Don't be listening to your children. They don't know what the hell they talk about. That's why you the parent. Why is you trying to reason with a baby that don't know nothing? Don't be trying to reason with them. It's your way or it's the highway. Why would you letting the kid be the parent? So like I told him, you got 2 kids, raise them the way you want to raise them. I did with y'all the way I want to do it. If you don't like it, what you going to do about it? It's too late. Because I know that in another 10 years, he going to be like, you was right. Yeah, I know I was right. There wasn't nothing for you out there in them streets. At the time they was growing up, how he going to say he should have been outside? He didn't even know what was outside. He would have died out there. That's I kept him away from a lot of haters. He don't know nothing about haters like that. When you get around a bunch of poor kids in a poverty area, the hate is heavy. So look, I hope y'all learn from that. Y'all stay positive. You know what I'm saying? Support the channel, make a donation to the channel. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and all that. And, you know, be strong with your children. Have love for them, but be tough with them. And be tough early with them. Then you won't be trying to be the best parent in the world when it's too late. You didn't wait until he got a big old giraffe and then wait till he got an 8th, 9th grade. Now you're trying to put the law down. You should have been raising them right with first grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade. Too many of you parents don't be raising your kids. Let them do whatever. And now they get big and now it's a problem. But you didn't waited too late. You have to do that when they in kindergarten, first grade, second grade. When they get 4 years old, the year before they go to kindergarten, you got to start laying the law down. They got to behave. You cannot let them behave to the point where now they running over you. I remember my father one day, we was on the streets and there was a lady with her son. And he was talking back to his mom and talking crazy. And my son said, when he get 18, 19, he gonna beat his mom up and take her purse. That's what my father told me. He said, she playing with him, letting him act like that. She said, but when he get 18, 19, he gonna beat her up and take her purse. Because y'all playing with these little kids. No, you get them in line so you can keep them in line. Don't let them get out of line and now you're trying to get them back in line. It's easier to keep them in line. You ain't got to spank them. You ain't got to hurt them because they little. So when they little, they going to do what you tell them. But if you wait till they get grown, you got to fight them. Keep them in line. Keep them in line. Real talk.